Hello, hello. Oh, that peeks it out. I shouldn't do that. Hello, hello. Let me turn this down. This is Reading 2102, or yeah, 2102, up in the Lehigh Gorge. Very cool experience, almost religious experience with it echoing through the valley here. Have a few things to do tonight. I guess play some games. Obviously, talk to you guys because it's been a long time. So that's numero uno. But of course, play some games. Probably get a few people in voice chat to talk to, and we'll go from there. I'm doing pretty good because this footage here is from the most recent trip I was on, and this trip was awesome. We love the state of Pennsylvania, don't we, folks? Okay. Let me switch over to... Oh, hello. There we go. Let me fix the green screen is always different every time I open it. So let me fix the filter a little. Oop, wrong thing. Where is... Filter. Also, why is... Oh, it's just that. Okay. Filter. There we go. Nope, don't want to do that. Don't want to do that either. Okay, it's at a good point, I think. Yeah. I don't know if I'm going to get it any... Nah, I'm not going to get it any better than that, I don't think. Okay. Oh. That was worse than when we started off. Hold on. Let me actually look at the bigger screen, because that's easier to look at. Okay, that's better. Now I'm not as transparent. Did you get any sleep? Yes, I've gotten some sleep. I'm doing pretty good. Unfortunately, slightly late today because I realized earlier today I broke the middle toe on my left foot, so I had to wrap it really quickly. And there's not much you can do about that, because if you break a toe and it's not too bad, you just literally have to just wrap it to the adjacent one, and just it heals over time. So, yeah, having fun with that. So, not too bad. It doesn't hurt that much, but it's, let's see. Do you think food waste should be illegal? Well, I think it's impossible to actually eliminate food waste. You can just kind of limit it. I have a pizza here that I will finish, so that will not be food waste. Thoughts on the debate? I think the debate obviously didn't go well for Biden, but obviously, do we bully the New York governor? Yes. Continue to do that. I think the debate didn't go well for Biden, but I also think that debates are very over... so, like, I'm on politics Twitter a lot, and I think that people overestimate the actual effect that they have on the general public, because the average median voter is like insane. And I don't think that like one debate will do enough for them. So I don't know. We'll see. I wish Biden would step down, but at the same time, I don't know if he can at this point. And even then, we'd probably be stuck with Kamala, which would also be arguably worse. Yeah, I think the problem is that for some reason, the Democratic leadership thought it would be a good idea to have a zero audience and, yeah, to have no audience. And I think Biden does well in front of an audience because he knows how to, like, work a crowd, essentially. And honestly, I think having an empty room in front of him made him bored. And, like, it would make me bored. Well, Trump has always been a disaster. He's just gotten worse as he's gotten older, but he's gotten the more racist type of old. Like as he gets older, he gets more racist. Where like as Biden gets older, he just gets more tired. So it's like that. I would rather have the tired guy. Um, let's see. Uh, okay, just making sure that everything is working correctly. Both candidates wanted to let the White House press pull into the studio, and CNN said no. Yeah, I think the whole thing was kind of a. I mean, they didn't even like fact check it correctly. Like that was the frustrating part. Is like Biden would have done better if he didn't have to fact check Trump half the time. Any thoughts on the FRA long distance study update? Heard some good arguments come from both connectivity and investment. I mean, I think it's a good idea. I think that the FRA long distance study is used sort of as a, if a state isn't going to fund a rail service, how do we get them service federally? So, like, for example, the state of Georgia is probably not going to fund some corridor services. So, the way to get Atlanta services is to run a bunch of long distance trains through Atlanta. Um, for example, run the Floridian again, which that runs from Chicago to Miami and it runs through Atlanta. Or run, there was one that also went from like somewhere to Savannah and it ran through Atlanta. So, like, basically, that's the reason for it, is that like there's a lot of long distance trains that are useful because not necessarily they might be useful locally, but or not be useful for some people, but the idea is that like you could possibly set it up on a timetable where the biggest city that it serves or happens to serve a big city that doesn't have regional service will suddenly have a bunch of trains. That's the idea. um, I would love to see 2 round trips on long distance trains so they're more useful. Yeah, well, the one I took recently was the Cardinal, and like I would love to see more service on the Cardinal, at least daily, and then like at least a day train from Cincinnati to Chicago. Because the problem is the Cardinal gets to Cincinnati at midnight. Um, is there any? Are there any good people for office, or does everyone just suck? Well, I wish we're at the point where it's problematic for the Democrats to choose anyone else, so that's the issue. Um, hold up, I need to. I'm switching over my YouTube account so that I can actually play stuff in the background. Let's see. Okay. Wait, did I fix? I fixed. I think if yeah, okay, I fixed that. I have a fun away screen that I edited for this, and I think that if not, I'll fix it quickly when it comes up. Uh, where's my? No, don't start playing. Oh wait, desktop's audio not even on, so you guys didn't even hear that. Uh, let's see. Um, Cincinnati, Chicago should take 4 hours max. Well, actually, you can cut off some time because they do usually hold trains in Indianapolis for about an hour so that they can put equipment on the back beat, because that's where Amtrak fixes everything at Beech Grove. So there's automatically a holdover there because of that. The World Cup is 2 years away. Wait, the World Cup in 2 years is really going to show the poor state of rail and transit in the country. Not that Germany is faring much better with the Euros. Yeah, I think the interesting thing, and this is sort of why I like big events like the World Cup or the Olympics or whatnot, is it sort of forces politicians and like local transit agencies to get their ass in gear and actually like get stuff working well. That's the only good thing about like big events like this, is that like politicians will actually give a shit about infrastructure for a little bit, and they'll actually rush projects and like push stuff through. So it's like the one good thing. And I'm hoping that especially NJ Transit gets improved a lot before then, because oh my god, does the shuttle to MetLife not run enough? They need to fix that. Let's see. Oh, hi, Glenda. Here, come here. Oh, we have Kitty. Hello. Glenda wanted to say hi. She is a troublemaker. Very, very much a troublemaker. All right, you want to get down? She was in one of the last streams where like we were sitting on the couch with Braz and Miles, and we were and she took my place for a little bit, so it's kind of fun. Yeah, let's put this on the background. Oh. No, I hate that YouTube does that. It like will start at like a point in the video, and then you pause it, and then it'll unpause it. And I'm like, what's going on with NJ Transit? A lot. How do I explain? So something actually got well, okay, so if we're asking about the local stuff that's happening like really currently, it's basically two things. One, allegedly the supplier for NJ Transit's pantographs might have given them a bad set of pantographs, allegedly. And then the other thing is that Amtrak's wires or systems of wires are old. They're not constant tension wires, so basically when it gets warm out, they sag a little bit more. And because of the sag, you're more likely to catch a pantograph on that stuff, so that's the issue. The wire is not technically 90 years old, it's been replaced, but the fixtures that the wire exists on are the old system. But NJ Transit has a lot of issues, mainly funding, but they actually fixed some of the funding today. There was a... Hold on. Let me switch. Yeah, they actually got... This happened literally today. So this is exciting. Basically, there's a business tax, and the business tax will go into actually paying for NJ Transit and everything. So, yay! Good news. The bad thing is that it's only for 10 years. It should be permanent. But hopefully, in those 10 years, God Emperor Stephen Floop, I forgot how to say his last name. He will, or hopefully he'll become governor. And he's super pro-transit, and I would love to see, what pictures do they have in here? What? What scheme is that? What scheme is that? I have never seen that. What the fuck? What? Huh? I have never seen that before. Is that the... Oh, is that the, yeah, that's the, Bicentennial unit. The Conrail Bicentennial unit. Why is it on NJ Transit, though? Interesting. Huh. Never seen that picture before. Oh yeah, no, Virginia's doing pretty well. Well, there's something, in my opinion, Virginia's not aggressive enough at bullying CSX. They're getting bullied by CSX too much. Yeah, I have a feeling that Gulf Coast train will happen. It's just Mobile and the stupid Republicans down there will figure it out at some point. Now I want to see what our pictures they have in this album here, because that... Oh, that's sick. I never realized they had a box cab picture in... I'll have to look at that next time I'm there. That's cool. A Newark Penn is honestly one of the best stations in North America. Hands down. Potato. Man. That's the new bridge they're currently building. Mobile is floundering so hard it's beyond it. No, I think it will happen. I think there's a decent amount of people in power that will force it to happen, of all things. Yeah, no, it's funny how many tourists will get on the NJ Transit train coming from the airport to go to New York, and the conductors have to like yell that it's like, this is Newark Penn Station, not New York, and like tourists will still get off there. Hey Alan, when will SEPTA get Silverliner 6s? Silverliner 6s will come... currently SEPTA's dealing with the RFP for the new Market Frankfurt cars, and then they're going to, in the next meeting, announce the RFP, I think, winner for the Silverliner 6, or the whatever next they have in the Silverliner 6. Go back to that. Hey Alan, any updates on the SEPTA streetcars? Well, the old ones are back in service. Hold on. I was taking some pictures of them recently. I have recently been... Well, this is not the camera, but is a camera. I've been recently getting into film a lot, so... Oh. This one... Oh, there's no batteries. That's why. I want to do the noise. I've recently been getting into film a lot, but I was taking some film pictures of the trolleys themselves, which is kind of fun. Let me see if I can find those pictures. There you go. Yeah, those trolleys are back in service, which is kind of funny because these old PCCs are technically more accessible than the K cars, the cars that are like 30, 40 years newer than them. Because the PCCs were redone and they had elevator lifts put in them. Let's see. Say cheese. Oh, wait. There we go. Or no, you want the flash? Here you go. Say cheese. It did the rolling shutter. Let's see. Yeah, no, this is just film picture roll that I have. Kind of nice stuff. We love Philadelphia. Yeah, there's more of the trolleys. I think there's one more. Yeah, no, they're pretty fun to ride. Better than the buses. People will argue about that. Because people will argue they're nicer to ride in, but they get stuck behind cars more often because a car will be parked in the right-of-way or something. Yeah, no, the modernization is happening. Alstom has actually been putting out some updates on their car designs, too. What is that? Actually, hold on. Look here. Does this look like on full screen? Say cheese. So we'll have to clip that. Um, if anyone is interested in like film 101 tutorial, because I've recently got way too into it and I have too many camera wherever my other camera is. I don't. Yeah, I actually don't know where my Minolta is currently. Snap going into my cringe collection. Would you pull a miles and try transit in our country? Yes. No, I've been planning on going somewhere, but there's been so much things coming up recently. Actually, if... Let me check. Let me message someone real quickly. So, there's an event coming up in Philly that's free. You just have to be over 21, but we're planning like a cocktail night at the end of July. Let me check if Amanda's online. Ugh. Where is she? Film is too expensive except for Polaroids. Well, Polaroids are more expensive per shot, because you can buy one of these sickos. You can buy one. Don't worry, this is a test strip. You can buy one of these sickos and get 36 shots on this, where the Polaroids you are buying per shot or stacks of them, and they're more expensive. This is my test strip, so don't worry, I'm not ruining film. Way too many Polaroids. Yeah, Polaroids are fun. I have way too many of these things, which are the, these are point and shoots. They're like cheap as shit on eBay. You can get them for like 10 bucks a piece, so yeah. Cringe collection. Meanwhile, I'm shooting. Yeah, no, the Mavicas are cool. Those cameras. Let me turn this down slightly. No, not all the way. There we go. They were selling disposables at my hick Walmart. Yeah, they're back in style now, or becoming back in style now. The place that I go to a place called Photo Lounge in Philly, which I totally recommend. It's very good. Photo Lounge has like stacks and stacks of disposable cameras, which I think are kind of wasteful, because like if you can get one of these things, which this is just like a disposable camera but it's reusable, crazy concept, and you can figure out how to load film, which is you pop the back out like that, and you put in the little film thing and you pull it across and you close it. Come on. And then, hey, you can take pictures. And then you take the film out and you give it to them. It's not hard. Reminds me of Rollis Cinemax at the... Yes, currently I'm going through this bullshit here, which is some of the cheapest film you can currently get on the market, which is Fuji 400. Very versatile film. Oh, it's being chroma keyed. Keep moving. Thoughts on Keep Moving LA and their claims? I don't know what that is. Let me look. Film paper photos, expensive shit. Yeah, I mean, like, film this box right here, which is being chroma keyed, the Fuji 400. This was 28 bucks, so it's about $9 a roll, and then it's 15. Well, I go to an expensive place, so it's 15 a roll to develop. So yeah, you do the cost estimate on that. What, $24 for total? So then you take the 36 pictures divided by 24, so it's like what, 60 cents a photo or something. So yeah, I mean, it's way more expensive than digital, but I like it. It's kind of fun. But the film and digital are kind of funny, because digital, you pay for the camera, and the camera is the expensive part, and then you don't pay much after that. But then film is the opposite. You pay nothing for the camera. It's super cheap, but then you pay in film over time. But here, let me look at the Keep Moving LA. I have not heard of this. Safer, saner streets. Here, let me just... This is it, apparently. Safer, saner streets believe in a balanced, rational approach to transportation. I don't like that. Where is this going? Dynamic network that serves transportation for all... Go. Believe that Angelus is nonetheless work out. In fact, last decade we made things worse. Maintain. Okay. We believe for current. We also recognize that. Okay. So is this this is pro transit, I assume. In fact, the war on cars hurts poor. Oh no. Oh no. As we like to say, don't take our for it. You sound. Okay, maybe I should do a video about this. In conclusion, here I am. How chat is blocking it here. In conclusion, typical low-income rider to graduate to automobiles, while the typical driver might view transit positively, with little interest in using it. Very few except. So basically, okay, it's just this is just automotive shit disguised as we're actually measure HLA first responders. Is this the one that already passed though? Didn't this already pass? Didn't this measure already pass, or am I? Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so this is kind of a little moot at the. So they lost. Are they still doing shit though? Manchester Ave. The fuck is this? Oh, this some. Wait a minute. Oh wait, that's some bougie ass place. Okay, I know exactly what's going on here. Yeah, this is near Venice Beach. So this is some bougie ass shit, or Venice, whatever. Yep, we know exactly the type of people behind this bullshit. Where was it? Yeah, over here. Okay. Move that back down over there. Let's see. Where is... What is this being used? Why is that being used as the... It's weird. Okay. Was it this place? Strange... I guess that the postal center is being interesting. Either way. To try to make it look like a grassroots organization. Okay. Yeah, the pro tobacco banner. That is funny. I don't know why that's there. But very funny that it's located here. Very suspicious. What was the one question I missed? How would you fix MSP's sad trans... What is MSP? Is that, Minneapolis St. Paul, I assume? Is that what you're saying? Cesar Gaming. Best dawn dust train rides. Up the Hudson. 100%. Yeah, but even if it's a P.O. box, the P.O. box is generally near someone's house. Because someone has to go there and pick up shit. Minneapolis, Twin Cities. Well, I mean, the Twin Cities needs one thing, and that's better commuter rail, so you need to make North Star actually worth riding. Which I heard they are working on, apparently. Here, let's... St. Paul. Yeah, North Star, for those who don't know, is... Here's their train station. And this is only for North Star. This is not Amtrak. But North Star is a commuter rail line that honestly doesn't get enough shit. because it's so many people don't even know about it. But it's a commuter rail line that goes up here and serves a lot of the like suburbs. I forget if it goes further than Big Lake, but I think it stops here. But kind of making North Star better, extending 4 round trips to St. Cloud. Yeah, no, that's still okay. But the WeGo Star. Actually, Ethan, do you want to just join me on the call or a call? I'll give the WeGo Star or the Music City Star, whatever it was called, because that shit was they built that for like $5. So I will give them credit for that. Okay. Okay, let me get Ethan on. Hello, are you there?
Hello. Hey, what's up, Alan?
There you go. Okay. Let's see. Okay, I actually need to go blow my nose. So if you want for a sec, you could explain. Let me go over Nashville real quick. Explain to people. One map, please load. You could explain to people what the WeGo or the Music City Star is.
They recently just changed the name, so you know, fun stuff.
So while you do that, let me run and get some tissues. So be right back.
Gotcha. So, folks, the WeGo Star is basically just your standard runs only weekday commuter rail line. It's like I think it's like 3 or 4 round trips in and out of downtown Nashville to I believe the western suburbs of Nashville. But yeah, it was built for practically nothing. I'm actually gonna see how much was the WeGo Star built for. Let's see. Oh, I'm real quiet? Alright, here, let me just fix that. I'm gonna just absolutely... Yeah, my bad. But yeah, the WeGo Star was built for, like, practically nothing. It's considered a starter project, like, nothing too crazy. They actually bought gallery cars and F40s from Metro to actually run the service initially. Oh, I guess they bought some more of them. Allegedly recently. But the starter line cost $41 million to build.
Yes.
So it quite literally only cost $1 million a mile. Yeah, that's absurd.
They on the Eastern European bullshit in Nashville.
Yeah. I mean, it was built on, what was it, a class 2 or class 3, like, goofy,
I think it's a class 3. So it's on, where is it? It's over here. I was actually invited to go here. What is this called?
It's like isn't it like the Western Tennessee Railroad or something like that?
Yeah, it's like a heritage. Well, there's a freight line and then there's also the heritage line, but basically it shares it with both. They have a really goofy paint scheme if I remember correctly.
It's like purple.
Yeah.
It used to be like, I mean, all their stuff is ex-Metra, so it's literally like they just bought some used gallery cars from Metra for like 12 cents, spray painted them or whatever, and then
jump scare.
Put platforms.
Yeah, here's the, what is this called? They have a bunch of Bud cars, this heritage line. Tennessee Central, I think they're called. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, $40 million to build a railroad.
I think it is the cheapest ever startup of a railroad.
They did that, and they're like, yeah, we don't want any more transit.
Yeah, imagine if they could do more of that around Tennessee. Crazy idea.
Their ridership peaked in 2018 with almost 300,000 riders a year.
That is kind of wild.
They have a proposed extension to Clarksville and Ashland City, which are, I believe, just a little bit further west, but that is projected to cost $500 million.
Oh my god. A slight, but I assume that's a lot of track upgrades also in general.
Yeah, probably.
Because like half the problem with the Wego is that like the track speed is like, I think it's maximum 60. I think it's only like class 3 track or something, or class 4 track.
Yeah, it's not great, and most of it's single tracked, which is why you get the wonderful weekend only peak service. They do have special service for Titans games though.
Oh, that's kind of cool. I like when there's sports trains. That's a very underrated topic.
Yeah, it's there, and then I know the Sounder runs some for Seahawks games.
Yes. Oh, someone asked me about California Forever.
Ooh, the fun topic.
So, in my opinion, Californians deserve it because they fucked up everything else. Because, like, if you're housing... Okay, so let me explain this to people. Let me explain what this is. So, this is the Bay Area. This is the Scourge. And the problem with the Bay Area is that housing is very expensive, mainly on San Francisco. And if we turn on... There's your BART system and other stuff. And BART is really strange because it goes very far out. It's basically a commuter rail. This is a commuter rail.
Compare the yellow line to the Altamont Commuter Express, and
this is also... I mean, the Altamont Express is also a very goofy train.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
That one is also a line that doesn't get enough shit, but apparently it's bad because Union Pacific.
That makes sense. I mean, like, Union Pacific's gonna Union Pacific, so...
Yeah. Also interesting, they have Sacramento on Google Maps now with all of its stuff.
I've actually been there for a minute. At least the light rail.
I just don't look at Sacramento that much.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of visiting Sacramento a couple months ago and got to ride on some OG dual-wegs from the 80s. So, fun stuff.
So, the California Forever group, basically, the idea is that housing is very expensive. It's also very hard to build housing in the Bay because of various reasons. One of the main reason being that there is a shit ton of NIMBYs here. So if you try to build something will happen where it will get a lawsuit or et cetera, et cetera. Or just the politicians don't like when you change things. So if you're a developer and you're tired of dealing with bullshit, you will do the Futurama thing where it's like, I'm going to start my own goddamn town with blackjack and hookers and build my own thing elsewhere. And so normally the what happens is that, like, following a highway or following a transit corridor, you will get the terrible housing that's like this, which is like your typical sprawl that is off of a highway exit, and it looks like the episode of Squidward where all the stuff looks the same, and you hate it here. So this is the normal thing that happens, is like all the housing doesn't densify in the actual areas it needs to densify, so you get all this bullshit sprawl. Well, actually, that one wasn't that bad of sprawl. Like, this is probably worse.
Look at any of the BART stations, like around Fremont.
Yeah, it was,
or in
nice.
San Jose.
Hell yeah, grilling though. Okay. But yeah, this is your typical like sprawl stuff that you'll see. So it's like that's your typical stuff that will happen. So the idea is that what if you were to do not sprawl exactly, but you were to build a new town but you built the new town in a way that's not terrible. That's kind of the idea. And so roughly, so if this is the Bay Area, this is the density, there's your BART line, there's your Amtrak line up here. Where this icon is right here, this is where the Western Railway Museum is, which I know a few friends that work there. And roughly around that area, roughly where this green patch is where a group of investors, mainly they used to be Silicon Valley like tech people, they want to build a new town. But the thing that flips on its head with this is that they want to build a town that's like walking and urbanism focused, car second. And so that's kind of the weird part, is that it's technically a sprawl, but it's also like a typical like streetcar centric, like old style like development, where it's an actual like city town type thing. And so the reason why people are mad at this is because two things. Is that one, it's California. So you try to build anything in California, someone's going to be angry at you. If this shit was built in Texas, it would be the second coming of Jesus. Like, every urbanist online would be like, wow, this is incredible. They're actually building this? Holy shit. But now, because it's in California and because they're taking up green space near the Bay Area, it's like, wow, these tech developer billionaires taking land from my what's the fucking word? Proletariat farmers? Oh my god.
They could have built this, honestly, they could have built this out in Lancaster and people still would have been shitting their pants in anger over it being like a tech billionaire dream or something.
And so like, but the thing that the argument that I hear is that like, if these tech people really cared about like urban planning, development, whatnot, they would have used a lot of their money to campaign to change the Bay Area like zoning and housing, which like, okay, fine, but like also you're not going to get housing built fast that way. You're going to change things and hopefully eventually build housing, but like they want to build housing like tomorrow. That's the idea. And so the idea is literally just to buy a shit ton of land out here and then build a new town. And so that's the bad part, is that you are taking green space or green land. Now, granted, if you go out here and look at the land, this is prairie land. Like, it's not, and there's also a shit ton of windmills. This is prairie land. It's not like it's like sublime, like green space, and it's not like it's...
Wow, guys. Alan is against windmills. He's against green energy. This is what happens when you take woke too far.
It's so true. Yeah, so it's like, it's not like this place hasn't been developed yet. It's kind of like, it is a wind farm on one side. But it's kind of like the idea of like, they could be building a lot of this stuff within cities that already exist and densifying, but like, so that's like the main argument. The other argument is that like, when you build this place, who's going to be living there? Who's going to be buying the places there? The main argument is that it's, let me keep music going, but the main argument is that they are just going to build this place for rich people. It's just going to be a rich people neighborhood. And it's like, yeah, but also at the same time, if the rich people are living there and they're not living in other places in the Bay Area, doesn't that free up housing where they were living in the other places in the Bay Area? So it's one of those things of like, well, if you think about it long enough, it's not too much of a problem. If that was the case, because like that's just the way gentrification works, is that like if the rich people live in one place and they just build more housing where rich people live, it's not too much of an issue. The problem happens when rich people take over like a poor person neighborhood.
And they've just happened to do that with the entirety of San Francisco.
Yeah. And then the other, excuse me, the other complaint that I've heard about this is that, since this is built out here in the middle of nowhere, I say middle of nowhere in quotations. Since this is being built in the middle of nowhere, there's no transit access. Everything's going to be like by car. And I've actually talked to the people doing this project, and they what was it? They told me that like their idea was as this project scales up, they'd start running more and more bus service. Because like obviously you can't run a train immediately if there's not any people living there, but you can start with a bus service and then scale the bus service up depending on how many people are living there. So, and the idea was also that like they're going to build this as like almost like a Spanish super block where like in the super blocks themselves you don't need a car, but when you go outside of the super blocks there might be a big parking garage where you can go find a vehicle, but when you drive you're not going to be driving through this city itself, you're just driving around it or like to somewhere else outside of it. At least that was their idea that they told me. So like there's some cool ideas with this, and if you know the cul-de-sac group that worked in is that Phoenix?
Tempe. Yeah, Phoenix area.
Yeah, so some of the people that worked on that are going to work on this. And so that's what, like... So, like, my problem and my dilemma with this is that this is generally, like, if you have a functional city, like my wonderful city of Philadelphia, so functional, the most functional city of all time. If you have a city with that, you can do a lot of infill and you can build a lot of housing in, you don't need shit like this. This is dumb. Because you can just build the housing in the city itself. But since the Bay Area, and since, like, you can't build, like, honestly, biggest fucking hypocrite area is, like, Berkeley area. Because the super turbo NIMBYs are there. And, like, there's a lot of, like, surface-level parking lots that you could just replace. Like, huh? Like, what's that?
Definitely needed, Alan. I don't know why you don't see the main need for a giant surface parking lot in one of the most high-demand cities in the entire world.
Or even just making it taller than, like, what's the tallest building in, like, Berkeley? I think it's, like, 6 or 8 stories. Like, it's not tall. Okay.
And then...
Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
It's like
7,
10 to 12
8,
stories,
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14-ish, to 12 to 14-ish. So, okay, it's not bad, but also, like, my suburb, my home suburb, Glassboro, New Jersey, with, like, 25,000 people in it, has buildings that are 8 stories tall, like, continuously for blocks. Because it's a college town, and it's not even a college as big as Berkeley. So, like, it's just, like, telling you something, like, like, come on.
Isn't it something like 30% of Cal Berkeley students are, like, homeless or something like that?
Oh, there's like, what, wasn't there, like, an article of, like, there's a kid that, like, commutes to Berkeley or some shit via plane?
Oh, no, you're thinking of, this is actually a Canadian thing. It's a kid who lives in Calgary, but commutes to UBC in Vancouver by plane, because he only has class, like, in person, like, I think, like, once or twice a week. So he bought up all these Air Canada tickets to fly.
No, I was right. It is. There was one.
There's another one.
Yeah. It's UC Berkeley student commutes from LA by plane to avoid rent. Here's a typical day. Like, what? There's a few of this. I've seen a few of these articles where there's a few different people that have done this shit. And it's only in California. I've only seen this in California.
I should start doing this with LA.
Just
complete climate arson.
North Berkeley Station is finally getting developed. Well, hopefully that's the case.
What's crazy too is that you have the really small city to the south of it too, Emeryville, where it's like it's not big, but they've actually done a really good job of densifying what they have.
Yeah.
And like actually doing infill development. And then you just have Berkeley and North Oakland that are single family homes in one of the most high demand areas on the planet.
Oh, we got our favorite agency, Sandag. Some new bikeway that Japan Americar was telling us about. It goes through Balboa Park. Oh, wrong one. There we go. I need to get to San Diego eventually. I need to I need to ride the surfliner before it falls into the sea.
MTS, my beloved.
Alright, where is... Next to the massive parking lot. Or whatever that is. It goes down 19th Street and then comes up. Palmdale to Burbank ERA of California High-Speed Rail was approved. That means the San Francisco to LA segment is fully complete. Take that I-69. Well, I mean, they have to build it. The problem with the last segment of California High-Speed Rail is that they have to dig the tunnels, and that's going to take a long time. So they need to get those tunnel boring machines, like, today.
Sorry, San Jose is going to be using them to dig the tiniest little.
I thought that wasn't that shit canceled?
I thought I heard that, and then I thought I heard that they're going on. I don't know.
Okay. Is this the bike lane? I think it is. No. Or maybe it is.
Speaking of flights, the flights between Chicago and Milwaukee shouldn't exist. True.
Yeah, like, why is... It's not even an hour to drive, right?
No, it's not. They're usually used for connections. So, like, if you're flying, like, say United, there's a good chance if you're flying out of Milwaukee, you'll go to Chicago to connect to your final destination. Which is stupid, regardless, but, like...
Oh, this is a bike lane. Okay, I was like, what is this guy doing? He's on, like, a fucking scooter on the highway, and I realized, oh, it's the part of the trail.
Oh, is this near, like, Coronado, or not Coronado, like, Mission Beach, that area?
This is, I'm still talking about, like, San Diego, this is Balboa Park. Or the approach to Balboa Park, I guess.
Yeah, San Diego's really weird where it has these really nice green spaces, and then for some reason it has this giant, massive highway just cutting right through them.
Well, the problem with San Diego is the redundant highways.
Yeah.
Because there's, like, two of them that parallel each other all the way down to the border.
There is no reason for 163 to exist.
It's 5 and 805. I guess it's the two. Yeah, they're super redundant. And then there's, like, route highways too that are, like, also redundant.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the one that cuts right through Balboa Park, 163 is redundant like 3 times over.
Oh, yeah. It's kind of like...
Oh, my...
Oh, wait, I have to show the worst highway thing I've found of all time. I think I might have linked it to you before in, like, a private chat or something. Let me show... I don't think chat is ready for Wheeling, West Virginia. I don't think you're ready. So remember, this is like a city or town of, I think it's like 20,000 people. But guess what? It gets a ring highway. I need to look up the history of this because I have no idea why this exists.
So not only, it's weirder than just a ring highway in this city. I mean, there's straight up...
It's a bypass, but for what reason? I don't understand because it's like...
Wheeling's gonna be the next Pittsburgh. You just watch.
Because you're not saving much time if you go either way. I truly don't understand. And, like, one of them, they're both significant in different ways. Like, one of them has, like, 2 tunnels, like this one here. And then this side, like, goes through the... I don't get it. This is some bullshit West Virginia probably did to, like, steal federal money. Like, they do this a lot. But instead of using the federal money on things that would actually matter, like welfare programs or a train system, they just build another highway. Because what? Okay, sure.
Why not?
Also, Wheeling's train does not exist anymore, I think. Like, even the freight one, I think, on the Wheeling side. Because there's one on the other side, but I think it's barely used. West Virginia is a very goofy place. But these are cool cities. Like, the problem is that, like, simultaneously, it will be the poorest place in the world, but West Virginia will have, like, a town that, it, like, dwarfs any southern or, like, Sunbelt city development of all time. It will be, like, yeah, because you look at, like, where's, like, a good street or something. I don't know. Let's go here. Because, like, this urbanism is, like, infinitely better than, like, most Sunbelt places, and it's just, like, the most depressing place, or depressed place, because of just not having, or having negative amounts of money.
The greatest example of this has to be Huntington.
Huntington.
Straight up. Yeah, Huntington, West Virginia.
I need to look at there.
It is, like, absolutely, like, incredible urbanism. Like, really, really good, very little sprawl. And has literally, like, negative money. It's one of the stops on the Cardinal, too.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I went through here. I'm trying to remember if I remember stopping here. Oh, I think this one was... oh, yeah! I took a picture here. Yeah, it's got
a lot of tall buildings for no reason now.
it was too dark to see the downtown when I was there. Also, is this a one-way street? Oh my god. This is a 1, 2, 3, 4 lane road, one way down the middle. Why? I mean, like, beautiful, like, buildings and stuff, but just like,
incredible.
And like, I guarantee that road is never more than 50% full at, like, yeah. That's painful. And they have an Amtrak, because, like, I think the original station... Someone... Country roads take me home to the place that I belong. West Virginia Mountain Mama... Oh, it's just the actual song. I was playing that a lot while I was on the Cardinal itself. I thought you were going to make...
but do it.
Yeah.
You can't help but do it.
Oh, I thought he was going to make some jokes about the highways. Let me look at... Because this is, I think, is a certified Amtrak. Yeah, hell yeah. Certified Amtrak.
Oh, that's like a true Amtrak. That is...
Yeah. No, this
great
is
to the specifications
that is
of being depressing.
Certified 70s hut right there.
Oh, and they even put the news sign on it, too.
Yeah. Well, Amtrak's been really, really, like, aggressive at updating stuff. Also, I'm pretty sure I have like a cryptid picture of Scott at this station. Let me find it. Hold on. Because I took like a film picture at the station, I'm pretty sure, of the car, and like Scott just looked like a cryptid. Hold on. Which is very on point for being in West Virginia.
You gotta look like Mothman.
Yeah. Where'd the private car trip?
Also...
yeah. Scott, if you're watching, there you go. This is taken at Huntington. Also, fun fact about this car. This is a Swift Stream, which I talked about in one of the last streams. And they renumbered the Swift Stream to 1989. So if you get that. Let me see. I think I have another picture at Huntington. I had to, like, even the flash was, like, struggling here. It was so dark out. Yeah, this is definitely Huntington, because you can see the Amtrak just in the distance, but barely. Yeah, you can see the Amtrak just there.
Live, laugh, Amtrak.
Or right here, you can see it. Let's see, what else were you guys saying in chat? Took some pictures in the Bikeway project. Alright, let me look.
You got nothing on the SLC Amtrak.
The Salt Lake City?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Alan, have you heard of the Rio Grande project? I don't think that I've been made familiar with that one.
Hey, I will include that in the next video.
No,
but
I love the people behind it. I'm just like...
They're very aggressive about it, but I'm fine with that.
They deserve better for down there.
Here, I was sent these pictures. This is a new bikeway in San Diego, in Balboa Park. So kind of neat. Which is, I mean, it's the proper way to do it. You have a thick curb, and you have actual wide 2-lane bikeway.
Yeah, that is a really nice bikeway. I mean, especially for cutting through the city's most like famous park. I mean, you really can't do better than that.
Yeah.
I guess you can do, but like, that's pretty solid.
Yeah, someone says Rio Grand Plan is goated. Have I been to the club recently? No, not recently. I've had so much going on. I was actually supposed to be there Thursday, but I had a film premiere to go to on Thursday. I helped my friend Morgan with a film festival entry, and so I had to go to the premiere. It turned out good. Didn't win, but turned out really good. They did a very artsy thing that I probably would not do or think of, but that's not a bad thing. That's just not my way I would do it. It turned out well, though. Let me see. It's streaming. Hopefully that reconnected. Let me get YouTube back up. Okay, okay, cool. Don't know why that crashed. My computer, it's maybe I won't buy an expensive camera. Instead, actually just buy a new computer parts because something's spooky with my computer. Gotta fix it. Yeah, like, gaming laptops do that. What was I gonna say? Yeah, let me actually, hold on, I have to open YouTube. Because I closed the page, it's like the stream statistics, and because I always have to look at my my other account, because my other account has YouTube Premium, so I don't get ads on shit. Which is annoying because the second channel does not have that. Well, so the reason why I caved for it is because I use YouTube Music. Why can I streaming go live? Okay, there we go. Analytics. Yeah, no, the reason that I got YouTube Premium is because I was using Google Music originally, and then was using the family plan from Google Music to like bum 6 friends all together on it. And so I've just kept that forever, and it's just turned into YouTube Premium, and now the 6 friends are just using YouTube Music, and well, I'm one of the 6, and so we've been doing this since like 2017, so, or even probably earlier than that, but like, yeah, it's been going for a while, so I've just like had YouTube Premium for that reason only. Yeah. Okay. All right. Live streaming is working. Okay, back to Google Maps. Check out Austin's Amtrak, which is the one the Texas Eagle train twice per day. Yeah, no, I got to see the Texas Eagle when I went through St. Louis, which is kind of neat. No, I wish that. Yeah, I wish they. Well, no, I got to see the Texas Eagle, not the Amtrak, but the. I need to visit Austin, even though I think it's overrated. I mainly want to see the development and everything. That's what I want to see. Oh, this is not an Amtrak. This is an actual station. Check out, no, Austin's M. Oh, yeah. Probably Houston. We can't hear Ethan, question mark? Huh? Oh, I desktop muted. Why did it mute by default? Okay, you're back now. They can hear you.
I was like, playing around with the audio interface for a moment. I'm like, can you guys hear me? Because I've been having audio issues for like the past week. But Houston's is actually a Southern Pacific Amtrak. I remember Brian telling me that.
That's some OG shit.
You know it's bad when the private rail companies were making Amtraks for Houston in the 50s.
Who made some really fucked up? Trying to think of a railroad that spent like $0. Just like they eventually just gave up. Trying to think. Yeah, a lot of Eastern railroads ran out of money by this time, so it's really only the Western railroads like Southern Pacific that were doing this type of stuff. But yeah, this is a Southern, and you can tell this is older because it has like almost like mid-century modern styling on it. So it's like you can tell it's older than Amtrak.
You can see it's a little more worn too. But
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of the old like Western stations, like the really nice ones, stayed around a lot longer too.
Yes. Some of my favorites were actually seeing some of the Southern Pacific stuff on the San Jose or the Caltrain corridor. There's a few really cool ones along there.
San Diego's great. LA is iconic.
Palo Alto, really cool. I went to, or I did a talk at Stanford for some students there, and I was waiting at the Caltrain station there, and the Caltrain station is actually really cool. So I was like, yeah, it was neat.
Oh my gosh, I have not seen El Paso Station. It is beautiful.
Oh? Well, is that the one that's currently in service, or like the one that used to be in service?
Let me check.
Because like
wait, that's the one that used to be in service.
Yeah.
I think.
It's now, if you notice, it's now I think it's a cell phone, something.
Oh wait, no, this is the one that's being used.
Okay.
It's just like, it's got a weird parking lot between the platform and the station. It's goofy.
Because there's I think one of them around, it was either El Paso or, oh no, this was, where's the platform?
The platform is past the parking lot.
Wait.
On the other side.
Like in the rail yard?
No, not the rail yard side, the other side. You'll see there's like three tracks
Oh.
north of the station.
Oh. My browser's not liking that. My computer.
They don't want you to see. They don't want you to see.
Something. There's ghosts in my computer. That's what I'm gonna blame that on. Okay, so interesting. So they have to walk. I see the little pathway. They walk through the parking lot. Interesting. Huh.
They've got the platform gated off too.
I'm trying to remember. Oh, maybe it's is it Phoenix?
Oh, that just has the sitting station that's not being used, but is like in really good condition. Yeah, that's Phoenix.
I think Phoenix is the one it's now some telecom building, and there's actually some history with that because the Southern Pacific something network telecom or telegraph or something, which spells out Sprint, was the reason why it was a telephone building. Is that the Sprint, the like cell phone network, was actually owned by Southern Pacific originally. Yeah, Southern Pacific Railroad Internal Telegraph. That's it.
So what's weird is it looks like they still use that, or they still use it, or Sprint uses it for their network, but it's also like a event venue too. So you can like use this for like weddings and stuff like that.
Interesting.
Like you can rent out the station for like weddings and stuff. That's crazy.
But if Amtrak comes back, I mean the platform is still there, and
everything's still there.
Yeah, that's the like worst part about a lot of Amtrak stations. Like all the infrastructure's still there. It kills me about Vegas. The Vegas platforms are still there.
Oh yeah, no, the station's still there too, like the old station.
which one, because I remember they had like a new section and a slightly older section, or the new section was like next to a parking garage. Let me see if I can find what I'm talking about. Come on.
It's kind of goofy. One of the old station that they used for Amtrak was I believe it was behind the called. I'm trying to remember.
Let's see. So the one that I'm thinking of is right here. If you look at my...
Yeah, that was where it was. I honestly had gotten confused with one of the other old transit stations there too. Like their bus terminal, I thought it was being used for. But yeah, the old platform is still right there.
Yeah, I was gonna say this one because I didn't know if there was one, because this is old Vegas, right up here.
Yeah, this is downtown. This is Fremont. This is Vegas.
Yeah. And so, yeah, these are... See, that's why when, like, Amtrak or, like, Brightline was thinking of coming back to Vegas, I was like, they could possibly just use this spot again. Which Amtrak probably will, but obviously Brightline's not. Because the Brightline one, for those who don't know, is down here in this big-ass plot of land. Right below 215.
If Amtrak ends up returning too, it's going to be so confusing for so many people. They're going to book Amtrak or something like that, then end up up here, and they're going to be like, "What?" And then there's going to be people who think they're on Amtrak and booked like Brightline, and then they end up way on the other. I don't know. People are they're gonna mix it up somehow, some way. You're gonna see it.
Well, that's what. If Brightline is built, would Amtrak even come back?
I mean, for the long distance, probably.
Oh, yeah, but not for, like... Because they were thinking
You'll probably see, like, 1 or 2 round trips a day, but...
Because they were thinking about running the Desert Wind again, which would only go Vegas to Los Angeles.
Well, also, too, is that their service would probably be cheaper than what Brightline's going to run.
But I wonder, like, politically, if it's even worth... for Amtrak to even bother at that point. You know what I mean? Like, if Brightline's built, like...
Yeah, I mean, I could see them doing the Desert Wind again. I think it was mentioned up earlier in the chat, but...
See, you know what I could... You know what I could see happening? Amtrak and Brightline make, like, a deal, and Amtrak somehow runs on Brightline's tracks to Vegas, and they run, like, sleeper trains. But in return, Brightline gets to run on the Northeast Corridor or some shit.
I feel like that would be a lot of negotiation with that one. I feel like Amtrak is just way too stern on the not running on the NEC.
Yeah, I don't know, because they already allow a bunch of freight stuff on it, and that's not necessarily like...
That's true, but I mean, Brightline would be direct competition, so I don't know.
Well,
I also don't... I'm not in the head of the Amtrak executives, so...
Well, see, the only reason I do it is because, like... well, what are these comments said? There's one in Racine... Is that how you say it? Racine, Wisconsin?
Racine.
Racine, yeah. Okay.
Just north of Kenosha.
There's a lot... I mean, the Midwest is just full of... Wait. Does the Hiawatha not stop here?
No, the Hiawatha runs a bit to the west. It stops in a town, I believe, called like Sturtevant or something like that. It's just west of Kenosha.
Gotcha. Yeah, here's the rail line.
Because that's the. I'm trying to remember what main they run on for.
They run on the old Milwaukee. No. They run on the CN or... Yeah, hold on, I can pull it up.
I know it's a little bit further west of the Union Pacific, but there are tracks that run like up the coast along like Kenosha, Racine, up to Milwaukee. And honestly, I really wish if Metro were to get a service up to Milwaukee that they would use that like Lakeshore corridor.
Because, yeah, so Metro runs on the coastline one, which...
Yeah, that's Union Pacific.
And then Amtrak is this third one in? Yeah, and so that's, let me go to rail dot guide. Whoop, no. Rail dot guide, there we go. Whoop. I like how that came up, a Conrail thing. Rail dot guide. So, wait a minute. Who's that owned by? Who's this owned by? Oh, it is owned by Metra.
Oh, sweet.
So Metra owns that line up until Lake Buff area, or Lake Forest.
It's where it
area.
splits. Yeah, there's like a weird hook, like west.
Wait, then who owns this shit? Oh, Metra owns. Okay, so they own this line all the way to Janesville. That's weird.
Oh wait, it says W and S at a certain point.
Does it change at the border?
I think it. Oh, that was
Fox
the.
Lake.
That was the little shitty railroad that they ran that mail train on
Oh,
in like the 80s and 90s.
so the Metra owns up till Fox Lake.
I'm trying to remember the name of that shitty mail railroad.
Boise,
Or online.
Boise, Salt Lake City, Vegas would be, yeah, no, that would be a good long distance. Yeah, so they run on CP, which was that the Milwaukee Road. That was the Milwaukee Road. So they are running on the. Oh, I love my browser just crashing. That's great.
Gotta love that.
Took chat with it too.
Oh, tragic.
Okay, but we're back.
What was that one called? I'm like losing my mind over this one.
All roads lead to Milwaukee. Yeah. Yeah, it's browser does not like maps today.
The Lake Country Limited.
Lake Country, yeah, the goofy service.
Just for shits and giggles, let's bring it back.
What am I missing? Okay, so why do rail companies pull up tracks when they don't use them anymore? Wouldn't it be cheaper to let them rust and rot? It depends. If you are broke enough, it's actually worth selling the rails. Or if you want to really disinvest in a place, you have to rip them up. And if they're creosote ties, you can get in trouble in some states if you don't take them out. So it really much depends. Am I going to do a Dorval Carter video? I need to do a CTA video. I need to get back to Chicago. Possibly I'll be back in Chicago in September. We'll see. So yeah, a lot to do, a lot going on.
You know, I had lived in the Chicago area for like 18 years. I grew up there, and I had no clue that Roosevelt had a in-station connection between the Red Line and the Green and Orange lines.
Wait.
Where you don't actually have to leave the station. It's still kind of a walk.
Wait,
but
so
like,
oh, I've been to. That's a weird one because the Red Line is kind of a bit like over from the Orange.
yeah, so the Red Line runs under State Street, and the Orange and Green lines run through an alleyway. But it's because the Green Line is actually the oldest of the CTA lines, and they, in order to build it like super cheap, they basically built it through people's back alleys.
Interesting.
So literally, like, you're just going through like people's back alleys like the entire way down to where it ends now. But it used to run all the way to Jackson Park, but
wait,
now
it's
got two branches.
There's a connection between the Red Line and the Loop, or at Roosevelt.
I think it's just for emergencies, but
Okay.
yeah, it's a weird little like thing that they have to like change over rolling stock, or like if they have to do an emergency diversion. There's a lot of really goofy trackage like that.
The Chicago
in Red
L
Line.
has a lot of extra stuff that's never talked about.
It's because it's like Philly in the fact that it's been in managed decline for so long.
Yeah, and it's had its moments where it's come back, and right now, but unfortunately, right now we're dealing with Dorval Carter. So.
The exact opposite of that.
Uh,
The only semi good thing that Dorval ever really did was the loop link, and that is like the most half-assed, pathetic attempt at building BRT.
what?
So in downtown Chicago,
well, when did he come into office, or when did he take?
I think it was like 2013, or it might not even be his part of his legacy.
Oh,
but like
he's been in that long? I thought he was only like a 4 or 5 year thing. Oh, someone says 2016 in chat.
Really? I thought he was in earlier. He might have been 2015.
20. Okay. Why is he just now made it bad? Is there like? Because I've been trying to figure this shit out. I have not been able to deduce like what necessarily he's done to make it bad, or get this bad.
I know a lot of it just comes down to the fact that there have just been, worker shortages has been the huge one. Like CTA has done a really poor job of recruiting new L operators. Like they literally like kneecap themselves on how many they can hire and like train in a certain amount of time.
Interesting. So they just
which is why ghost trains are so horrible. It's a staffing issue. Maintenance also kind of like a lot of the maintenance was deferred on a lot of lines, and so that's why you have the horrible, no good, awful slow zones of the Forest Park Blue Line.
Makes sense. Okay. Well, okay, so I heard the Blue Line has multiple problems. One is that I don't know if this is true or not, and I need to figure this out, but apparently the Blue Line sections that it run in the highway can only be worked on when Illinois DOT allows them to. Which I don't know how true that is, but that sounds like something that IDOT would do.
Yeah, but I mean, there's also the Red Line that runs through the sections between highway as well, and it's not dealing with the same level of slow zones that the Blue Line is.
True. This is true.
So
yeah.
I don't think that's really as much of an excuse, just purely because the Blue Line, at least the Forest Park branch of the Blue Line, is so like horrible when it comes to it.
Someone says hiring culture, yeah. I mean, like, I had a friend that applied for SEPTA, and like, he's a very like well-adjusted individual, and he failed the personality test. And I was like, how the fuck do you do that? And he was like, I don't know, I just filled it out like normally. And he was like, yeah, it just maybe there was something it's like testing for that I don't know. And I was like, huh. And I was like, well, that's weird, because you would think that like if SEPTA wants to hire a bunch of people, they shouldn't have people failing the personality test.
Yeah, the Red Line still does have a lot of slow zones. The thing is that most of them are actually surprisingly towards the north side. And a lot of those slow zones are actually construction slow zones now due to the north side main lines, basically them improving it to have better passing for, Purple Line and for Purple Line Express trains.
They're doing the Red Line and Purple modernization. Yeah, I've seen that. They're really impressive amount of bridges that are being built.
All right, I gotta pull up a map here. I'm pulling up the lovely slow zone map.
Trains crossing over to each other is so cool. Yeah, no, the Brown Line. I mean, I've
flyover.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, I wish like I need to do the SEPTA planning video because I'm so fucking annoyed with SEPTA at the moment. The planning department is bad. Like, all of SEPTA is very good, except for the planning department, who is bad. And the planning department is handicapping the rest of the agency because of that. The problem is that, like, this Leslie Richards, who came into power or took over SEPTA in, like, 2018, 2019, or whatever, I think it was 2019. When she used to be one of the heads of Montco or Montgomery County, or like a council member or something there, and she had a friend that was also like in the political ring of Montgomery County. Her name was Jody, and Jody worked in planning in SEPTA, in lower in planning, not like higher up. And when Leslie Richards came into power at SEPTA, she moved Jody as the head of planning. And so I think a lot of the issues stem there. I'm not blaming entirely on her, but like a lot of it comes from the fact that basically like planning is very, they're very not aggressive on anything because of that. They're very conservative on like what they'll plan, or do anything, because they're like scared of expanding or doing anything more than normal. But which sounds like a lot of American agencies, honestly.
The red line is also a newer line. I mean, it's from the 30s, from its origins, at least in the State Street subway. But like, the Forest Park branch of the Blue Line is from the 50s, so it's not like.
I mean,
it's not like it's super old. I mean,
granted, if it's on like a newer, it's not on an L, it's probably easier to work on.
Yeah, I mean, the worst line actually with slow zones is the green line. It's absurd.
Which
on the
section?
south side.
Oh, okay.
I mean the Forest Park, or well, the Oak Park side isn't great, but I actually do have a link to the slow zones. I'll send it to you.
Because the Oak Park one just follows the UP right of way or whatever.
Basically, yeah.
That's actually kind of a fun one to go out on.
It is.
Also, Oak Park itself is a very nice neighborhood. Like, super nice.
There's also, if you do take the green line out that way, there is the Garfield Park Observatory, or not Conservatory, which is super nice as well too. Just a cool little park in the west side of the city.
Oh,
but
before I leave Rail Guy, do you want to see some bullshit? Do you want to see the historical amount of stations that Chicago had for heavy rail? Here, let's go to.
Let's see it.
Let's go to classic owners.
I love knowing how many stations there are.
So you had, we'll go over each. You had, which one is this? Show me. So you had the ATSF had its own. You had the Chicago Western Indiana, whatever the fuck that was. You had. Oh, so that was all this.
So yeah, that little station down there where Chicago Western Indiana, I believe that's Dearborn Street Station down there.
Well, the Rock Island one is still there. That's a different one. The Rock Island is LaSalle, which is up here.
Well, Dearborn Street is still open. It's not an actual station, though. It's one of the converted ones. It's actually a really pretty one. It kind of reminds me of Portland's.
Okay. Oh, then you had some other shit fucks. You had... What is this? You had the Chicago in Eastern Illinois, whatever that was. You had the Wabash. You had the New York Central, which was slammed in between the Rock Island and the Erie. And then you had the B&O, and you had something else. And the Chicago and Great Western over here. All shoved into this one spot. And it's like, wow, this is kind of a waste of land. And then
Chicago used to literally, like, when you think of like cities that were choked by highways, Chicago was unironically choked by rail yards.
Oh, 100%. And then then you had the Sioux line over here, which was not connected with the Burlington, but the Burlington and the Pennsylvania Railroad and the what is this? The GM&O, they all shared Union. So they were smart enough to do that. But probably the Pennsylvania Railroad managed that. And then you had the Chicago Northwestern, which had 3 terminals, and then but also shared their terminal with the Milwaukee Road. But the Milwaukee Road also ran to Union.
And then there's one other little red line up there too. I can't remember what railroad that was.
It's probably Southern. What is this?
Is that just more Milwaukee?
Oh, it's more. It's more Pennsylvania and Milwaukee. Yeah. But then you had all the CNW stuff, and then you had the Illinois Central, which was just like the Illinois Central owned Chicago. They had so much real estate, and then all these people had to work together to interchange cars. You can imagine like the insanity that was. And then the Chicago Junction Railroad managed all the stockyards. So like, yeah, it was a little insane. And so we complain a lot about like if you go to like a country where there's a bunch of private operators like England and you have to buy different types of tickets. Well, actually England is standardized a lot of theirs, but like if you trying to think of a place that has like a bunch of different type, but imagine like you get to Chicago and then you have to transfer to another railroad that has a different ticketing system and a different like map system and a different timetable system. And even if it was the Chicago Northwestern, they were left side running. So
They
like
still are.
Yeah, they still are. So it's like I can't even imagine getting to Chicago and having to transfer to something else. Absolutely insane.
Oh, and Metra is still pretty bad with wayfinding. So if your line is, ever former Chicago Northwestern, just go by English rules. Just literally go to the left side.
Well, my favorite is the fact that like they have that bullshit in Union where it's like supposed to help deaf people by calling out track numbers, but since all of them are yelling at the same time, it just sounds terrible. And yeah, so if you're ever in Chicago Union and you go downstairs to track level, you just hear all the tracks being like yelled out by computers. It's
even better right now too, because all that area is ripped up for construction inside the station.
Oh my god, yeah.
What are they doing? I don't know. Probably just repairs, but there's scaffolding inside, so it's like you hear that, and then you have rush hour going on, and then you're all confined with scaffolding.
Yeah.
So it's incredible. It's
like the only one that does like similar shit to that is the Caltrain train beepers. If you ever ride Caltrain, all of the ticket scanners or all the tap on tap off things will go boop 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 like every little like 30 seconds or minute. So you'll just hear all these like you'll arrive to a Caltrain station. There's just all these things beeping, and you're like, what is that?
I don't know. I've actually never ridden Caltrain.
I actually had to like ask someone like, what is this beeping that I keep hearing everywhere? And they're like, oh, those are the card readers, Clipper card readers. I was like, this is very goofy. Because like SEPTA has the same system where you tap on and off, but they don't beep like that. But SEPTA, I don't know. SEPTA has a lot of ADA problems, not regarding that stuff. What is the best railway to you in the United States? So I mean, the Northeast Corridor.
It's Metra.
Oh, well, yeah, that too. Metro Commuter. I mean, like, if you want to, that's a very like general question. But I mean, other than Amtrak, I would say probably Metro North. Everything just works, or like LIRR. Unfortunately, I don't like LIRR because they're so goddamn expensive.
It's literally an English railway in the U.S.
Yeah, and they have like 5 conductors per train. It's like what? I don't get it.
I've got to give Metra credit for one thing, though. Their ticketing and payment system over just the past 2 years has gotten so much better.
Oh, I mean, the price of Metra tickets in general are just really good.
It's good. I'm just they've got new TVAs or TVMs, and their app has gotten better surprisingly.
Yeah, it's they're. How many conductors is Metro North? Well, no, Metro North is not the problem. It's LIRR. LIRR has like a union agreement. I love unions. I'm the biggest union guy.
Union, baby.
Yeah, but love unions. But like LIRR's union is very aggressive in the fact that it's almost malicious, which is a very like New York thing. Like anyone outside of New York will not understand. They'll be like, "Oh, union's good. Union's always good. What are you talking about?" It's like, well, yeah, they're good, unless they're just like belligerent. And like the problem with LIRR is that they'll literally like make the railroad a little worse just to get like really weird, antiquated practices for it. Like instead of running more trains, they'll run trains with a lot of conductors, and it's just like it's not a bad thing. Like you get really good service on board, but it's the fact that like you don't need as many conductors as they have. Like I think the minimum amount of conductors on an LIRR train is like 3, and so even on the shit fuck that goes to Rockaway Beach or whatever, we'll have 3 conductors on it, and it's like why? Is Metro North and NJT unionized? Yeah, I think every commuter railroad in the country is unionized except for RTD.
Gotta love those public-private partnerships, folks.
Yeah, I think that's the only one that's not. I'm not actually sure about the other ones. Or don't. TRE. TRE isn't unionized. Okay. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if TRE is unionized or not. I've been kicked off of Metra, or I've been ticked off about Metra. Is their new announcement system they've used since 2021. They replaced the pre-recorded with a robot voice.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, no, that one's tragic, I gotta say. Did they use Lee Crooks for that, chat? I have no clue. But the guy who voiced the CTA for the old ones. But yeah, it's all automated voice robots for the announcements now.
I've been told by text, Metro North has a weird union though. They're decertified smart and BLET. That's interesting. I didn't know that. Yeah, but I think I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure the only non-unionized commuter rail I think is RTD, which is Denver's system, because Denver sort of built their system sort of as almost like they built it more as like a rapid transit system model than they did as a commuter rail, which is not like necessarily bad. But some of the things that they did purposely were like labor related, which is not good. Like their commuter rail system is technically like a what's it called? It's a
you will hear so much bragging about the A line, but then if you go to Denver and try to use any other RTD line for their commuter rail, it's pointless.
Because what was it? It's I'm forgetting the word. What's it called when they don't have, when light rail doesn't have conductors, but they have the guys that walk through and check?
Proof of payment.
Yeah, proof of payment. Their commuter rail system is proof of payment. And they have like, they're not conductors, but they'll have like security fare people walk through once in a while. And it's very weird because they're obviously not railroader types. They're just like almost like security types. It's interesting vibes, to say the least. Where like more railroader types, they will put up with some shit, but I don't know, just bad vibes with that kind of stuff. I much prefer normal conductors. At least on commuter rail or regional rail. Even though, like, some people will necessarily say you need to cost cut in the best way possible, I still prefer conductors even if there's only one per train.
Alan, you've heard of the R line out on RTD, right?
The R line.
It's the line that runs... it doesn't run into downtown Denver. It runs through Aurora and then runs down to Lone Tree. It's the light rail.
Oh, the light rail, yeah. Yeah, that's the green one, right?
Yep.
Yeah, no, I've never ridden that, but I've always wondered, like, how that is. I've heard it's decently fast, but it's, like, the lowest ridership out of all of them.
I mean, if you look at the right of way, there's no question as to why it's low ridership, but it has really poor frequency too.
Doesn't it follow a highway?
For a good portion of it, yeah.
Yeah.
I believe it's half-hourly frequency on light rail.
Let me go to open railway map. Denver. Yeah, now I can see. So what Ethan is talking about is this loop here. This green loop. It goes up to down to
Oh, it runs from Peoria and then runs south.
Yeah. It's weird because it intercepts the A line and there's a station transfer. And then it just goes down and it's this weird right of way that does like this stuff where it goes next to a shopping mall. This is so... Denver is such like a cool area, but then like the suburbs are just like the most hell sprawl type of suburbs possible. It's just I want to like Denver because I have a lot of friends there, but it's hard to say
half-hourly light rail. Oh god.
Well, at least the one trunk gets like 10 to 15 minute service.
Oh no, the main lines generally get around 15, but the R line is every 30 minutes.
Because I had a friend that lived down... Where did she live? She lived, yeah, down here at Alameda, and that had a pretty good service. Maybe it wasn't Alameda, maybe it was one further up. Maybe it was 10th and Osage? No, it was Alameda, it was this one. Yeah, she lived down here, and that was actually kind of a cool place to go. At least they're building a decent amount, it seems like. But yeah, the commuter rail's decent. It was such a dumb idea that they didn't make the station through running.
I'll never get their downtown transit is just so goofy to me, at least.
It's very haphazardly planned. Like, I love the fact that they have it, but it's very like no one thought this out. Like it's like a lot of good ideas were put in like a bowl and shaken up or something. It's
like there's a transit mall. That's great. I mean, really good to have light rail in a transit mall. But your transit mall is a good mile away from your Union.
Yeah.
And there's no connecting rail line between that and Union Station.
Yeah. Isaac says in chat, as a Salt Lake City local, Denver was a bit disappointing. I have never been to Salt Lake City, or at least I've never been to Salt Lake City not on a train. So I'll have to get and stop there and actually go downtown sometime.
I'll have more words to say on it next month.
Oh, you're actually going there?
Yeah, I'm going out to Salt Lake.
Fun. I was tempted to go there for a music festival that was happening. I think it already happened, but that was a while. Yeah, not enough money.
I'm gonna go see the S line while I'm down there. It's got to be one of my favorite little goober lines, you know.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. But
I mean, it's the Salt Lake Dinky. There's no way I can miss that.
Yeah. Also, I am gonna run to the bathroom. Actually, Ethan, if you could do me a favor and try to see if Brian's online, because I want to see if we can like play something or at least get Brian in the chat. But I'm gonna run to the bathroom. While I do that, I actually edited for you guys a fun commercial break that's kind of a mixture of all older videos and memes and shit. So I think I set it up correctly. So let me check that. Anyway, we will be back in just a little bit. But I edited a fun thing together for you guys, so don't go away and you can watch all this stuff. And see you in a little bit. Oh, no, wait, wrong one.
You're on time and arriving as planned. Our map data is horribly out of date, but here's what we have to work with. Our mission starts at the location that the locals refer to as South Station. Here, you find most of the southerly departing rail lines, but that's not what we're here for.
Fuck you, Amtrak. If you're dumb enough to buy a new train this weekend, you're a big enough schmuck to come to big French fuckery. Bad deal. Trains that break down. Thief. If you think you're gonna find a bargain at Big Croissant, you can kiss my ass. It's our belief that you're such a stupid motherfucker, you'll fall for this bullshit. Guaranteed. If you find a better deal, shove it up your ugly ass. You heard us right. Shove it up your ugly ass. Bring your trade. Bring your title. Bring your corridor. We'll fuck it. That's right. We'll fuck it up. Because at Big French Fuckery, you're derailed 6 ways from Philadelphia. Take a hike to Big French Fuckery, home of challenge tilting. That's right, challenge tilting. How does that work? If your train set can tilt up to 6 degrees and not derail, you get no down payment. Don't wait, don't delay, don't fuck with us, or we'll rip your brakes off. Only at Big French Fuckery, the only manufacturer that tells you to fuck off. Hurry up, asshole. This event ends when you write us a government check, and it better not bounce or you're a dead motherfucker. Go to hell. Big French Fuckery, Hornell's filthiest and the exclusive home to the meanest sons of bitches in the state of New York. Guaranteed.
All my friends know the low rider.
Hey, we'll get you right back to the music in a moment, but this is simultaneously the most ridiculous and greatest commuter rail ever made by my countrymen. I see you back there. Stay back there. Nice try. Second place.
Is there a model somewhere in the world that could make Amtrak, if not a profitable company, an entity that would be self-sustaining?
No. No. There's no way that Amtrak, any part of it, can both cover its operating costs and its capital costs.
The Metroliner, the new high-speed train between New York and Washington, has been operating less than a week. But on 2 of its runs, last Thursday and again last night, it sucked windows out of commuter trains as it whizzed past. There were no injuries. The Penn Central Railroad said the 2 windows in the first incident and the 5 in the latest all had wooden sashes. The railroad now has ordered that only trains with aluminum sashes be operated on adjacent tracks.
You're on time and arriving as planned. Our map data is horribly out of date, but here's what we have to work with. Our mission starts at the location that the locals refer to as South Station. Here you find most of the southerly departing rail lines, but that's not what we're here for.
Railroad men call you a GG.
Fuck you, Amtrak. If you're dumb enough to buy a new train this weekend, you're a big enough schmuck to come to big French fuckery. Bad deal. Trains that break down. Thief. If you think you're gonna find a bargain at Big Croissant, you can kiss my ass. It's our belief that you're such a stupid motherfucker, you'll fall for this bullshit. Guaranteed. If you find a better deal, shove it up your ugly ass. You heard us right. Shove it up your ugly ass. Bring your trade. Bring your title. Bring your corridor. We'll fuck it. That's right. We'll fuck it up. Because at Big French Fuckery, you're derailed 6 ways from Philadelphia. Take a hike to Big French Fuckery, home of challenge tilting. That's right, challenge tilting. How does that work? If your train set can tilt up to 6 degrees and not derail, you get no down payment. Don't wait, don't delay, don't fuck with us, or we'll rip your brakes off. Only at Big French Fuckery, the only manufacturer that tells you to fuck off. Hurry up, asshole. This event ends when you write us a government check, and it better not bounce or you're a dead motherfucker. Go to hell. Big French Fuckery, Hornell's filthiest and the exclusive home to the meanest sons of bitches in the state of New York. Guaranteed.
All my friends, yellow low rider.
Hey, we'll get you right back to the music in a moment, but this is simultaneously the most ridiculous and greatest commuter rail ever made by my countrymen. I see you back there. Stay back there. Nice try. Second place. Hello, chat. We are back. Hopefully you guys like that edit. I'm gonna add more to that over time. I actually only had like 10-15 minutes to throw that together. But it was better. It's better than the last pause screen I've had before. Yeah, I figure. Let's see. What is Brian up to? Are they on yet?
I have not gotten a response from Brian.
Oh god.
I'll start being a little more annoying.
I forget. Do you play Team Fortress or no?
It's been a minute. I think I still have it downloaded, but
Okay. Because I know
I'm pretty.
I know Ian was a little interested.
I did hear about that wonderful giant bot purge, so that's
Yes.
exciting.
Many people are excited. Okay, let's see.
Millions of bots must die. Billions
That was the
even.
loudest White Claw I've ever opened in my life. Hello, cat. Oh, do you want to say hi? Come here. Come here. Glenda is back. Hello. Glenda says hi. You want to say the mic? No? Okay. Yeah, there you go. There's the screen. Okay. Now you want to get down? Okay. Get there. Wink. Tail goes flying out of the screen. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, because Randy Clark is the cool one. Yeah, Randy Clark's cool. He has saved Wamata. He has saved the city.
Where's he gonna get moved to next? Hopefully Chicago.
You know what would be the funniest place for him to go? Well, actually, there's two funny places he could go.
Where's that?
What would you think would be the funniest?
I think it'd be fucking hilarious if he somehow ended up at Jacksonville.
Yeah, that's one of them. What would the other? What would the other place be?
What would the other place be?
Cursed.
Think cursed. Shit, send him out to Vegas.
Oh no, more cursed than that. But like cursed, but has money.
Cursed, but Austin?
Nah, no, more way. You have to think. What is the most cursed transit agency in the country?
Ooh.
Like
I
just
mean, JTA, but like.
What? No, not JTA because we already covered that.
That's true. See,
No.
everybody's gonna say CTA, SEPTA.
No. CTA and SEPTA, they're like normal, like East Coast
They're
or
bad, but
Midwest, but they're like they haven't had funding in decades type thing. Reasons why they're problematic. Oh, someone said it in chat.
VTA.
Yeah,
oh.
VTA. VTA is probably the most cursed transit agency in the country.
Oh my! I see Las Vegas monorail in there, and I just immediately default to everybody thinking it's shutting down.
Oh
and
yeah.
I have to play fighting misinformation on my Twitter at 4 p.m. like a month ago.
Okay. So
Everybody's coming to me like, "Oh my God, is the Vegas monorail shutting down?"
All right. So should we inform chat, who does not know, or people in chat that do not know, why VTA is so bad? So
I think we got to start with not just their new project, but just their light rail alignment would be a great way to start.
Okay, well, let me open up Google Maps and go over to. So VTA is the San Jose area of the Bay Area. So basically, I think the bottom U shape of the Bay Area is VTA.
This is also the biggest city in the Bay Area.
That's so cursed. By population?
By population, it is.
That's so cursed.
People forget San Francisco is tiny.
Yeah. But
Should have done some more annexing.
It's tiny, but it's also very dense in certain spots, and that's what makes people think it's bigger than it is.
Oh yeah, because I mean, culturally, it is the center of the Bay Area. Like, there's just no getting around that. But like, it's also the most dense part of the Bay Area, and I mean, like.
I think the reason why no one thinks about San Jose is downtown is so devoid of culture. It's like
San Jose is like if you teleported a city like Austin to the Bay Area.
You also have
That's literally.
You also have like the most cursed company headquarters in downtown San Jose. You have like defense contractors and Adobe, and it's like
I see a bunch of people in chat commenting like Portland for having the West Side, WES.
Wes is funny.
Max is pretty, yeah. That's funny in a good way.
Wes is bad, but it's bad in a funny way. Kind of like the WeGo Star. Like the WeGo Star is bad, but in a funny way. So like I don't hate it because it's like it costs $5. Hey, I'm thinking of doing.
Portlanders hate it. The people from Oregon hate that thing.
Oh yeah, even though it's RDCs.
Like yeah.
Hey, Alan,
Portland is.
Here, I gotta.
As much as it's a very sorry.
I gotta just answer this one guy.
Yep.
Hey, Alan, I'm thinking of doing a series on my channel using NIMBY rails to show off city/states to put a ton of money towards rail services. First project was thinking of the DFW, S-Bahn, and high-speed rail. Thoughts? I mean, personally, I think DFW is a very boring area because it's very, like, the rail corridors are already straight, and they already go to the places that have the people. The problem with the DFW area is that they have Bay Area syndrome of they have bajillion agencies or a bajillion amount of agencies because every rail line is a new agency or some shit like that. That's the problem with DFW. It's honestly an operational issue. If you wanted to do an interesting city for like modeling something, I do something that's like an older, very like built out city that doesn't either have much rail service or they just have like very like janky rail service. Like a city that I would love to see like some sort of system is either like New Orleans or Savannah, like cities that are very like actually good, but they don't have any service because they just are in southern states that give no money to doing service. Or maybe like Charlotte. Um,
Tampa could also fit that mold as well too.
yeah, and Tampa might have stuff in the future with the Brightline extension.
I honestly, I say this all the time. I think Tampa would have been like one of the perfect cities for like a mid-century, like a mid-century metro,
Oh,
like the very park and ride, like a BART type system.
yeah, like a Great Society one.
Yeah,
Yeah. The Great Society stuff. It's I need to do a dedicated video of that. Honestly, that's been a long time coming, and it deserves it. Is that like I don't think someone's made a video about the Great Society's transit stuff. I think people
there
talk.
might be one in the works.
Oh, you are okay. Because
Yeah.
people talk about it, but no one. There's not really a comprehensive video on the topic, and so it probably dedicated that. It's also weird because some systems are somewhat Great Society, like BART. BART was started technically before Great Society, but then got a lot of money through it. So
Same with Patco.
well, PATCO is finished. I think when Great Societies was signed.
I'm kind of talking more like the mid-century metro, where it kind of fits that mold, where it was kind of like the base of like where it got the Great Society funding.
Yeah.
But like, what kind of fits the mold of like basically being the suburban metro?
See, in my opinion, PATCO is the last real or last. It is the last regular type of subway, or old style type of subway, because even though it had newer aspects to it, like it was the first with ATO, it still ran through old style tunnels in Philadelphia. So like, in my opinion, PATCO is the last cutoff point before you got to the space age modern stuff. Because and it also used like BART style, or not BART, Bud car, like Bud Winga Dinga cars. Like it was very very different than the other ones, where the other ones are very like, well, we have to be space age, no stainless steel.
It kind of blends the metro eras. Honestly, I think it's a very good dividing point between them.
I was recently riding Patco because I was going to visit family, and like I went all the way to Lindenwold to get picked up, and I just sat there and kind of looked at the cars while standing at the station waiting, and like, man, the styling has aged so well. Like there's some older metro stuff that just you look at them and you're like, damn, that's really not aging well, because it's like the material's either bad or like the styling was very of the era and it's not really that good now. But the Patco stuff just, oh man, stainless steel. I'll forever defend that shit, because like in the right light and it's clean, it looks so good. It's just yeah. So
yeah, from aesthetics, like you can't really beat stainless steel, which is why I'm kind of at least from aging, because this is why I'm starting to like become a hater.
I used
LA
to
Metro's new rolling stock.
I used to be more of a hater of stainless steel, but now that I like see from an operations perspective and like perspective of like transit agencies don't upkeep their shit, it's like, wow, you really don't have to do much of stainless steel and it just looks good.
Yeah, no, really, like
especially the old Bud stuff that is chrome plated. That's like the ultimate thing. It's so good.
It really does. I mean, like, and it's so hard to tag too. So like, that definitely a problem of a different era, but like not as much now.
Because
you'll hear every firework going off in the world in my background.
Here, I took a picture. Where is it? I took a picture.
So the LA Metro, I see Bryant's little question down there of the LA Metro B&D line. It kind of is also in that weird space. It's like the exact opposite of what Patco is, where Patco is kind of like a blend of like the old and the new, of like the traditional systems and like the mid-century systems. The B and D is kind of like the blend between the more modern metros and the mid-century stuff. It's very much kind of in its own category.
Yeah, no, 100%. No, I brought up this picture because what really caught me the last time I was looking at Patco is that, number one, you have the stainless steel fluting that's like chrome plated, so it's like shiny. And then you have the underskirt, which is kind of like an old F unit or something that has like the kind of wraparound curved look to it. And I was like, oh, that looks so fucking good. And now that it's like retro futurism is sort of back in style, it's like, this is back in style almost. It's kind of cool. And Patco's probably the last one where you got like a lot of the retro futurism look. And then after Patco, a lot of that kind of style died essentially. Because like the last, I mean, Bud built the Miami stuff, they built the Baltimore stuff, but by that point they were building a very like utilitarian like 80s look, where yeah, Patco looks like Bud RDC, but it's a Subway. Well, it's funny, some of these window diaphragms are the same window cutouts as the RDC, so I think you could use the swap windows on them, if I'm not mistaken. So Bud was cooking.
Yeah, they really were cooking with. I mean, to be fair, when wasn't Bud cooking?
Yeah. Also, let me make Brian a mod.
Brian's all good to join, by the way.
Okay. I forget. Did I just add friends to DM? I think we have one with Brian before. So
I think we have one. Yeah.
So it should just. Oh, we have two already.
Time to create a third one.
All right. No. I'm just going to call the one that we have.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome.
Hello.
Oh, yeah, now I gotta like mute the stream.
Yes, you'll hear yourself. Where is... Okay, what other questions do I need to answer that in? Look up AP Dutch Hammond. He is the reason why San Jose is the way it is, plus why Santa Clara County is not part of the BART district. I assume he's just a turbo NIMBY person. Update on the Wendover video. I'm finishing the Wendover video. I had to do... so outside of YouTube stuff, I do contract video editing work, and I had to finish a contract today. And so because of that, I was editing that yesterday and today. And so now I'm back to working on the Wendover one, and it'll be finished soon.
Oh, God. How many views does that have now?
It has like 600,000. I know, right? The funniest thing I have in my brain now when I watch someone else's YouTube channel, and for example, the newest Not Just Bikes video, I know it didn't perform well on his metrics compared to his other video, and as a YouTuber, I know that shit eats away at you. So when I see my enemies' videos underperforming, I'm like, it's the most evil thing.
Schadenfreude or whatever.
Yeah. I'm like, oh.
Apparently, soy jacking the Netherlands was not paying the bills, so we had to switch over to soy jacking Japan.
Well, no, soy jacking the Netherlands was paying the bills. Now he's trying other stuff, and it's not working too well. Well, I mean, it's not.
It's the tax write-off for the trip.
Yeah, right.
That's because I heard the ticket on that train is not cheap. Like I didn't watch the video, but like someone else is talking about.
Are you talking about the Japan one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched part of it. It was all right. I mean, it's like his personality, just like outside of trashing on cities, doesn't really work for like travel stuff. So like, I mean, also I'm just sour about it too. So yes,
the thumbnail is just kind of like,
yeah.
I get that's what YouTubers have to do now, but like, oh.
No, I would have done something. I would have done something cool.
Yeah,
I would have. Like, there's a very like AI looking thumbnail, honestly, and I know that he uses the same thumbnail people that they use at Nebula for everything, and like all those videos just look the fucking same when it comes to thumbnails. And so yeah. Oh, for those who don't know, in Czech, some people are like, something. It's like I don't like Not Just Bikes because he sort of did like the whole urbanism North America doom thing, and it's like, Yeah, I mean, it's like some stuff in North America is going to have a lot of problems for a while, but it's like, also, it's like, you can't just say that completely. Like, if you, and be a person that people have to respect, because, like, you lose a lot of your respect if you just trash an area completely and don't give, like, some nuance to it. But that's his thing, is he doesn't give nuance to things. He just says, I don't like the thing. So whatever, fine.
Give some contrast to it. I feel like it's fine to say Cape Coral is probably fucked.
Oh,
Like, there's not
Agree.
much we could do
Yeah.
to save Cape Coral. But, like, you know, places like Atlanta could get a lot better, and should.
yes.
Yeah.
And
Charlotte.
that's kind of like the problem, because it's like, you know, we can't just because even if, like, you know, every sort of like YIMBY or pro building like policy comes to pass, you know, we can't just like build up the like northern part of the US for like 50 million people overnight or something. Like, that's gonna take time. So, you know, the places in the Sun Belt have to get better too.
Yeah.
And that's where you can get the most gains for removing like the carbon and etc. like environmental impact of like automobile centric living, because,
Yeah.
you know, just getting 10% of Atlanta to take transit would probably several million gallons of gasoline like a month.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Like, that's a lot.
It's not even that. It's just the fact that, like, there's a lot of places in the U.S. that are really good, and just two things. There's like three things I didn't like about like a lot of the stuff he did. Was one is that he soy jacks the Netherlands to a point where it's almost comical, and never brings up any of the downsides like the housing prices or stuff like that,
Or transit.
or transit then that stops at midnight, or the suburbs that don't get much transit, or a lot of the issues where they basically kind of austerity measure build bike lanes so that they don't have to build transit. Like, there's a lot of weird things about the Netherlands. It's a great country though, and like, yeah, there's good things to talk about with it, and like I would love to get there at some point. But the point is that like it's hard for me to ever trust or take anyone seriously that tells me a place is a utopia or perfect without ever talking about the bad stuff. And like once in a while he would mention a problem, but he would never actually, like, most urban planning people that I know, even the people that live in like Japan or England or somewhere else, will at some point make a video about the problems locally about certain things and advocate for that stuff. But he never quite did that. It was always North America bad, Netherlands or somewhere around there good. And so that was the one main one. And then the other one is that, like, there's a lot of great things about North America that he just never mentioned. And it was mainly because, like, he didn't either want to give in the effort or he told me, that was another thing, is he used to talk to me a lot. And one of the things he would say was always like, there would be an event. And I think what triggered all this like negativity specifically in 2023 was that he was invited to the Strong Towns conference in the beginning of 2023, and as like one of the main speakers, because like he helped Strong Towns so much, and he just
literally made a Strong Town series.
Yeah, and he turned it down and his reasoning to me was that he never wants to waste his time in America or something like that. And I was just like, that is the most like stuck up shit of all time. And it's not even
couldn't even give like a throwaway like, oh, work's in the way or something, like, excuse. Like,
so
it's kind of just a lot.
Yeah.
So
and it's Charlotte too. It's not the worst city in the world either.
I mean,
it's not great, but like,
I mean, I like Charlotte because of the South End or whatever it's called. But like, yeah, downtown's it's not rough. It's just boring. What was it? No, I like Charlotte, but the downtown just dies after 6 p.m. But yeah, no, it's even like, it was the fact that going to America to him was such an insult to him personally that like he wouldn't even acknowledge that like it going there. And I was like, what? That's goofy ass reason. and I don't know, when I talk to him, he always seemed like awkward to talk to, but not in like, I talk to a lot of awkward people, but like, I don't know, there just seemed to be something there. And like over time, I think, and especially after like his whole doomerism about North America tweet happened, or Blue Sky, whatever, he blew up, and then a lot of us called him out and kind of made fun of it. And then I don't think he could handle criticism. And like having that much criticism on you is tough. And like, I've been yelled at a lot, and it's just like, but he kind of did the opposite, where he doubled down and just said, no, you are all wrong. That's terrible place you live, and just like insulted everyone. It's just like, no, that's not how you handle things.
Yeah, if he was telling another adult what he was saying, I don't think I would have had the same reaction. But he was telling like an 18-year-old, like 19-year-old this. Like, come on, these are the people who like grew up basically, you know, over the last couple years of their childhood, like really looked up to you, and then you're just gonna tell them like, yeah, you're fucked, bro.
Yeah, it's the Mr.
Like, come move to the Netherlands, like.
It's the Mr. Incredible with the what's his name?
The portrait syndrome.
Yeah, tearing off the not just bikes thing from my wall, like it's like.
And then like blocking literally anyone who said, who basically wasn't just like,
I went hard on him
agreement.
on TikTok. Yeah, I kind of.
Oh, I made
really
my fucking soy jack video. It's like yeah, so I'm like, yeah, no, I make fun of people, and that's why I am not very like, I am a polarizing figure to a lot of people, and that's like fine with me, because I'm like, I'd rather be real to someone than lie to them in the entire time. And that's part of the reason why I want to do this Wendover video, is that I'm so annoyed by these infographic channels. So the end of the video that I'm making with the Wendover thing is, it's about this half as interesting video that's about the Alameda corridor, where he just fucks up all the information about it. And my favorite thing, it's like my favorite thing that I hate, but I hate it, is that all the infographic channels will do this thing where they will make a video about, like, say, some rail thing in North America or something, and then all of the stock footage will be European, like, locomotives and shit. Because
it's always goddamn Russian trains.
And
you know, I figured this one out. They are all using stock footage from Pexels. Straight up.
Well, no, it's like story blocks and that stuff. It's all like Eastern European, like, submitted stuff.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You can literally type in. The worst part is, I know the keywords that they're using, because they're not like foamers, so they're not typing in like Union Pacific, blah 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 blah. Or they're typing in like
in freight train.
No, even worse. They're typing in cargo train.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't help that also, like, you know, I imagine some of the people on his team are Europeans as well.
Oh, I think so.
So like that just like contributes to it. And it's like, I've noticed this not just with him and like a lot of the like other channels like that are around him. Like, it's just kind of become a common phenomenon now. Like, if you talk about infrastructure or trains at all and about North America, the stock footage is coin toss almost every time. It's going to be Russian trains or former Soviet Union railways, maybe European if they're talking about freight trains. And then like maybe if you're lucky, the whole video will just be like North American trains. Like, it's like, come on. I've even noticed it with like professional news shit. It's like embarrassing. It's like the Wall Street Journal YouTube channel probably should, or one of those other ones, like shouldn't be like making that kind of like, I don't know. It's just kind of lazy.
Yeah, it's that, and then also the just the fact that like they'll be like this American Northeast corridor, and it's like very obviously not North America. Like you don't even have to know the train portion. You just have to recognize like that is obviously not North America. Like, it'll
be like the fucking Shinkansen or some shit. Like,
no, man, you know what's my favorite? Someone will be like talking about like high-speed rail or California high-speed rail, and there's this fucking clip. Here, I can go to Storyblocks right now and look up this shit. Because I have a Storyblocks thing. If you type in high-speed rail,
TGV.
No, it's even worse than you think. Hold on, let me put this back in my browser.
All right, before you find, I'm gonna guess it's not even high-speed rail.
No, it's not even rail. If you type in high-speed rail, and it's like one of the first things. I wonder if they moved it down. Where is it?
Is it like passengers on an airplane?
No, it's like a people mover just going. It's like sped up people mover footage.
Oh my god.
High-speed train. It's like one of the. Where is it? I've seen this piece of stock footage so many fucking times, and maybe it's like getting filtered out now.
Wait, when you type in high-speed train, was there a coal train on the right side, like a little bit ago? Oh, you went.
There might have been. I'm looking for this specific piece of stock footage because it's like it's so ubiquitous in so many like.
Oh, hey, there's like some Ukrainian train, fucking Finland.
Oh man, where is this? They might have removed it from the.
Or it might have been retagged or something.
High speeds. Rail. No, I can't. I don't know what else this would be. Railway. There's like a people mover that pops up in like every fucking video, and
maybe high-speed railroad.
Oh, this is a cool drone footage. What the fuck?
Was that it on the right, the monorail?
Oh. It's something like this, where it's like a people mover, and it's just really sped up. Yeah, what if I type in fast train?
Oh, wait, isn't that like a a monorail in Japan or whatever? Like, or one of the like rubber tire metros?
It said monorail in the caption, so I think so.
Yeah.
Is it this one? No.
A bullet train.
It's one of these like time-lapse ones where it's like a people mover, but I see it in every fucking video.
I love how much Dubai Metro, B-roll there is, like, everywhere. There's an absurd amount.
There's always a lot of Middle East stuff, and there's a lot of Eastern European stuff. Because it's like, it's a whole thing of, like, if you sell stock footage, it's a lot easier to buy from those. Man, they might have removed it from their catalog. What if I type in people mover? Does it come up? No. Or how about fast metro? How about metro? There's like, once you see the stock footage, you can't unsee it in like every single video. Oh, here it is. Found it. Found it. This is the fucking stock footage. It's in like everything. It's like some Tokyo people, Tokyo people mover.
Oh my god, yeah, I recognize this.
Yeah. This is used in like every fucking video.
One of the earlier clips you like put your mouse over was this same system, I think somewhere else on it.
Yeah. This is used in like every video and annoys me every time I see it because this will be put in
high-speed rail.
Yeah, high-speed people mover. This is like, yeah.
That would be something you'd see open in China though, in some like second-tier Chinese city. It'd be like high-speed, 125-mile-an-hour people mover from
rubber tire
airport to downtown. Yeah,
I love the recommended music clip. Inspiring, uplifting, motivational corporate.
No, this one's better. Business energy. Here, let me listen to that. Oh man.
Study upbeat corporate tutorial. That's another good one.
It's just as bad as you think it is. Here, what's the uplifting one? Oh, yep.
You're a Dunghua Jin Long.
Upbeat.
We're gonna deliver so much goddamn glycine.
Upbeat corporate tutorial. What does this sound like?
Not just industrial grade, but food grade as well.
All your glycine needs.
God.
If you think Donghua Jinlong is limited just to glycine, you'd be dead wrong.
I love stock stuff, but yeah, if you go to videos and you type in cargo train, the first stuff that comes up is always East. Yeah, this is actually a clip in the Wendover video, I'm pretty sure. But this is like some Eastern European stuff.
Handheld shot of cargo train moving under bridge.
Or wait,
of
I think
locomotive railroad.
It's very similar to this, but like
it almost looks like Indian railways.
Nope. Oh wait, yeah, no, this is the clip. This is the one in the Wendover video.
Yeah.
That is Russian.
So like that's one, and it's almost like you can almost guarantee this shit. Yeah, there's another one in the Wendover video. Pretty sure this one's in it too. It's like one that's like overview, looking down like this.
Yep, that's like a I love seeing that Norfolk Southern Vladimir Lenin eating, electric locomotive.
Yeah, no, there's a shit ton of this stuff.
That is a funny thing for those who don't know.
Oh,
A
look
lot
at
of
that
like
Russian
the old
footage.
Soviet electrics are like the VL in their electric locomotive name is just Vladimir Lenin. It's fucking great.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of these clips. Once you see the stock footage clips, you won't unsee them in videos.
Okay, at least one of them was like a Stadler Euro dual. That's a neat thing.
There's a class 66 or 72 or whatever. SD60, whatever. SD70 shoved in a shed.
Yeah, I think they're basically an SD50 and a brick.
Gotta love the god awful noises coming out of those things too.
And then like a lot of the footage you do see that's American stuff is like weirdly like stuff around the Salton Sea. I don't know why.
Oh,
it's so
you'll see
like a lot of these like all these desert ones that are like clearly like Union Pacific. A lot of them are around the Salton Sea.
This Union Pacific clip you will see in everything now.
Yep, I've seen it a couple times.
Yeah.
That's LA.
There's a few like Union Pacific clips in here that you'll see in like every fucking video now.
I think that one is in the Wendover video.
This one is, yeah, the one that I showed.
Yeah.
There's not many of. Oh, I love Union Pacific. This is my favorite Union Pacific trackage right here. You see this?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, Union Pacific with their
What
This
did
does-
Union
like
Pacific get
20%
cog
grade?
trains
Yes. It's
and electrification.
New Donner Pass going straight up, no switchbacks. Oh yes, it's Donsky and Pacific.
Wait,
What was this fucking thing with the fucking
is this
passenger
concept?
car? Yeah, what is this?
Oh no, that's an auto carrier. That is so those are Czechoslovakian. Those ones are one of the few locomotives that aren't VLs. I think that was a CSH 2 or 3. I can't remember the model.
It's one of
But
Doesn't
yeah,
matter,
that
but
first car was
MPVs
a double-decker auto carrier.
Oh, okay. It's one of those articulated engines, though.
Or no, maybe that is a VL 82 or 81. I can't really tell from this far.
Let's see. Whatever. Yeah, because like, and like the funny thing is we pointed this out in the funny thing about the Wendover video is the Wendover video keeps using BNSF locomotives when the whole story is about Union Pacific, and like if you type in BNSF to any stock footage site, you get nothing because all BNSF stuff has been like purged because they have like a thing where it's like you cannot license their logos and stuff.
They're litigious.
Yeah.
I'm kind of surprised with 600,000 views. He hasn't caught anything for that.
Well, it's because no one knows about the
that
rail.
we know of.
No one knows about the rail
That
industry.
we know of, yeah. Just they don't like that.
But like, okay, let's.
Especially when it's not even their thing. Like about the video, like it wasn't their track, their trains. They would be
Yeah.
really pissed about that.
Someone asked
Which class 1 is your favorite?
I was gonna say that's choosing which is your favorite poison.
Alright,
The
so
gun
that
would
red
go
one in
off.
the middle there, that is formerly an American locomotive.
Oh, is this like some like SD40 that's been like
It's
lobotomized?
a U30C. That's
Oh
been
no!
rebuilt. Yeah,
Oh, even worse.
it is as tall as a U30C.
Oh,
It kept the trucks in the frame, and then they rebuilt everything else.
interesting. Okay.
That's in Finland or Estonia.
Longest European consist.
Yeah, but someone asked, "What's your favorite class 1?" I mean, like
Oh, okay. Well,
that's like picking the best of the worst. I mean, like BNSF is technically probably the best, but that's not saying much. I don't know, because that's like I should like the East Coast ones more, but honestly, Norfolk Southern is a fucking like dumpster fire, and then like
NS is the worst.
yeah, and then CSX is like they're somehow more corporate than BNSF, but in a bad way. Where BNSF is like corporate in a good way.
I'd say CSX is better than it used to be during the worst of PSR.
Yeah,
But
they've improved.
yeah. I like how the Russians just put steel coils in fucking gondolas. Oh wait, no, those ones weren't Russian; they were Indian. But yeah, that one's Russian. That's a diesel underwire.
I'm surprised
There's a
not...
model of those that have GEVO engines in them.
Oh, hell yeah. I'm surprised there's not more Indian like stock footage. I guess they just don't have connections like the Eastern Europeans do. I don't know.
I don't know.
This Union Pacific clip is used in everything also. Once you see this, you'll see it in everything.
Oh, yeah, that's in the Wendover video.
Yeah. That one's used in everything. I think, because I think Storyblocks shares the similar libraries to the Adobe Cloud, which is also what most people use. Whereas there's a few. This one's used in the Wendover video, pretty sure. Yeah, I actually had Adam.
That one is. Yeah.
I actually had Adam something. We tried to like locate where this was, and we think it's in. We think it's in some Balkan country.
I think it's east of Moscow, but like west of the Urals. That's my guess.
I forget what Adam said. Actually, let me look. Let me look what Adam said.
Those are Soviet spec tanker cars and wagons.
Let me look at what Adam said, because we had a whole conversation about this.
The road design could also help too. I mean, at least in identifying.
I don't know. Europeans get pretty uniform on road stuff though, because of what's it called? That one agreement.
What did Adam say? Because I asked him about this.
I mean, foliage-wise, yeah, it does kind of look like.
He says it looks like the Elbe Valley, ELBE Valley, Elbe Valley. He says it's double track DC, so it can't be Germany. He says it might be northeast Chechnya, maybe Poland or Slovakia. He says it's definitely in the front.
It might be Belarus or Poland, but those are definitely Soviet boxcars. Like you don't see that turquoise color in those like tanker car styles. You don't see those in standard gauge track in Europe.
Oh no, definitely. And then those the overhead wire catenary stuff is definitely like ex-Soviet.
Soviet.
Yeah. Someone asked why so much Eastern European stuff. I think it's a lot of the Slavic people that are uploading. Generally, like the stock footage sites probably get better pricing on it because they have like a worse dollar or whatever over there.
Yeah, the effort to like you're gonna get more money like as like a Eastern European filmmaker, like or like just kind of commercial like recorder, like who makes this kind of stock footage. You're gonna get more money out of it for your time than say someone doing this in the U.S.
Oh, there's a question you can answer in chat, Brian. How were the Soviets so good at electrification?
So there was a lot of incentives that like pushed for it. One, they wanted to sell more oil to Europe. Two, they wanted to sell more oil to Europe. Three, like the big thing. Well, at first they built a lot of DC current. Like I think that one in the video right there is DC. Or no, that might be AC because of the newer pantographs. But so like a lot of the older Soviet network was built in DC, and then they started moving over to AC. So they have a lot of weird, like some of them operationally they're kind of weird where they have dual system units, but that didn't catch on as fast because that was kind of new towards the end of the USSR. So like what you see in like Southeast Ukraine, for example, like where the war's been really bad, that was one of the early areas for electrification because of all the steel industry and ton of heavy traffic there. So like there before the war, you could see electric locomotives from built right after the war still kicking, doing coal drag or iron ore drag work, because they just don't break as long as you maintain them. Kind of not unlike, the Milwaukee roads stuff. Like DC electric trains are just so simple.
Well, I
that,
mean, that kind of like, for those that don't know, the reason why the Milwaukee Little Joes are named Little Joes is they were originally supposed to go to the Soviet Union.
Yeah, I think they were supposed to work express trains on the October Railway, which is a really cool name because it's just the Moscow to St. Petersburg Railway.
Yeah.
Or I guess then Leningrad. So, which is now the line they've upgraded to do kind of quasi high-speed rail on.
So were the Little Joes originally supposed to be higher speed? Because they were capped to 60 miles an hour under the Milwaukee, I think.
I think the Milwaukee had them geared to go 70. The passenger ones, but yeah, I think they were meant to go 80 or so. That's fast for the Russian network at the time. Russian network was still recovering from the war. Like during the war, the average Soviet train, if I remember correctly, their war regulations were like 25 mile an hour.
Oh wow!
To save fuel.
Oh,
I mean, that saved a shit ton of fuel. When most of the coal mining parts of the Soviet Union were occupied by the Nazis.
I guess they didn't really have to go
in
too far.
Belarus.
Yeah, yeah, right.
Yeah, so like, but that's like during the war. So like after the war, at a lot of European railways, like 50 was pretty fast if you weren't in like Germany, France, or Britain, or like Italy. So you kind of see like as everyone's rebuilding after the war, you get those like progressive ways of like, okay, now we're gonna have trains all go 160 km. So they could do 100 or like, what is like, or like 110 will become a big number. But I mean, like in Germany, until like after the Cold War, it wasn't uncommon to see electrics that could only do 60 something miles an hour doing freight work.
That's why it's like, I really, really need to make the video about like how advanced the Pennsylvania Railroad was in the 30s.
Oh,
yeah. Because it's like, it's insane that how far ahead America was, and then we just lost it.
Like hell, like even West Germany had steam engines in use till 78 or 79.
That's crazy.
Which like
we owned the
part
finish
of that is like Cold War policy because like both Germanys kept steam for a very long time, and West Germany even kept them mothballed for a bit. Because when you have a nuclear war, steam engines kind of just work. You don't have to worry about them getting fried by an EMP. So that's Indian.
Yeah,
that was the one I pointed at the steel.
That was an Alco pulling that passenger. It was that a singular Alco pulling this entire train.
I mean, I think
and
it's
then you got someone walking right up on the tracks.
Yeah, you got someone walking here. And pulling a big ass stick for some reason. Okay, did they take that? Wait, did they take that off the tracks? Oh no, they're carrying the stick. Okay, but yeah, one singular Alco pulling that entire train. Which that Alco is probably only like 3,000 horsepower, maybe.
Might be 3,500. I'll look up some Indian locomotives to see if I can get an idea.
There's no bigger foamer of Alcos than like the Indian Railway people. They love them.
They just work.
They do. Let me answer these questions. On electric railroads, desert power or Iowa traction? Well, those are two different electric railroads. Iowa traction is the shit fuck and connector, and then the desert power is a coal conveyor belt. Both very interesting in their own rights. And then under Randy Clark, WMATA now has a trust but verify process where project finances are reviewed before they are announced. Imagine if SEPTA doing the Roosevelt Boulevard or MTA. Well, SEPTA just has a problem with planning. I complained about this earlier, but basically the planning department is very lame, and they don't... someone says, no, those Alcos are only 2,600 horsepower.
Well, from what I can find, I think it's a WDG-2/3A, and that's 3,100.
Damn, but still only 3,100 for this whole fucking train?
But they're capped, according to Wikipedia, they're capped to 65. I don't know how great of a source Wikipedia is on Indian Railway stuff.
Indian railways are like the ultimate foamer railways because they do shit like this where it's just a singular Alco just like pulling this entire like consist, and then they'll have like the biggest electric locomotive of all time pulling the triple stack.
If it is that locomotive, I think it is. It entered production in '94 and only left in 2015. They made 2,000 of them.
Well, I wonder, was it a rebuild? Because I think a lot of them are rebuilds.
No, I think this is a clean build.
Then where did they get the Alco shell? Was it built in the 90s?
Oh no, they just cast new Alco engines.
Oh.
Incredible.
I mean, Alco engines I think were still being made in Canada until like the late 80s.
Yeah, with Montreal
Bombardier.
Locomotive Works.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
by then they had become just Bombardier. But yeah.
Oh, true. Interesting. So I guess the Indian Railways, they just bought the same shit forever, basically.
Yeah, well, because like India's economy was very closed until after the Cold War. So, yeah, they would have just been making stuff domestically till then.
Oh, this shot is used in every fucking video. I see this CSX shot.
Oh, yeah.
This CSX shot, and there's another one with another container train going across the same interlocking. There's so many videos of this. It's, yeah, this one. Or it's like, yeah, something that looks similar to this one. Where is it? Yeah, but there's so many stock footage.
Graveyard. Oh, okay. Why would they use graveyard instead of cemetery as like the
I don't know.
weird?
Ooh, what is that? There's a YN2 unit and some very faded Union Pacific. I thought that was a Southern or a Santa Fe.
Also, just to say from your older super chat, Isaac is like the Deseret Power like expert, like foamer.
Oh, wait, Isaac, are you the one that does the drones out in out on Desert Power? Because I think I've seen or follow your Twitter.
Oh, hey, this is DFW.
Yep.
JFK got shot right to the left there.
JFK domed right there.
Like literally, like you could see the corner of the schoolhouse, like the school's supply building there. Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's the grassy knoll.
Yeah.
Yeah. But on Desert Power versus IO Attraction, I have to go for Desert Power.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
The E60s. The E60 is like one of my favorite locomotives because it's the ultimate like alternate timeline locomotive in my opinion, because it's the ultimate what if. Because it was
that
made.
and the hippos.
Yeah. Well, the hippos are just weird. The E60s are the ultimate what if, because like allegedly, and I need to do more research on this. Allegedly, Southern Pacific and Burlington Northern were ready to electrify, and there was something in Congress for like funding or taxing or subsidizing electrification or something like that, and then Reagan canceled it. So
I know BN just kind of wanted to do it on their own just because of the like huge volume of traffic coming out of the Powder River Basin, and then the idea was that then they could just haul coal to their own power plant for the line.
Yeah.
And then Southern Pacific, I think, was too broke without like a lot of outside funding.
Well, that was
they
the
were
thing.
Not doing amazing at the time.
Well, that was the thing. Is Southern Pacific was entirely reliant on the fact that Congress was going to give them something, and they had the sketch. I have the sketches. Hold on, let me bring up.
Oh yeah, I've seen the sketches. Yeah, and then like GE at the time was selling units based on the E60 or like very similar to the E60 to Taiwan and Brazil.
The Spank Bank renders right here. Like I love this shit.
Hell yeah!
I
love that they put a shitty U-boat standard cab on it too.
Yeah. Oh, man, this shit, so good. Because
I love that Rio Grande considered electrifying like 5 different times.
Yeah. Because they originally were like
Central too.
Oh
yeah, IC made total sense because they had all that coal in Southern Illinois. Yeah.
Well, IC's going to go all the way down to
New Orleans.
Yeah, that was the original idea.
They were screaming about that for a long time too.
I also have the, where's the other? I have like a bunch of concept images. Well, the one that later came out was this one, which was the GF6C, which was the F40 based one. But that was the one that sort of ended up on the
Well, that one was real. That one we got. It just became the one that
BC Rail.
BC Rail, yeah.
But
And there's like a concept like this for NDM too.
Mm-hmm. But NDM ended up buying more GE stuff and not EMD.
Yeah.
Like, where's... I had more concept images. Where are they?
I'll put the MDM one in the group call. There you go.
Let me see. The well, the end. Oh man, that's a whole video in itself that no one's really covered. Is the Mexican railways just like imploding? Here's the one Ryan was talking about. It's like NDM is a whole another sad story. Oh, there's a dual. It's dual cab too. That's cool.
Yeah.
What could have been.
I love this picture
Like
because it's like on the coast next to the mountains and everything. It's great.
Yeah. And then of course there's like both the EMD experimental units. Those are cool.
For those that don't know what NDM is, it's the National Railways of Mexico, or Nacionalidad de Mexico, or Mexicana, or whatever it is. The and basically it was their Conrail essentially, but it lasted longer, I think, because NDM was around for a long time, I think.
For a while they didn't control all of the Mexican railways. There was a separate like one that was essentially the old Southern Pacific on the West Coast, and then they retained their weird Southern Pacific culture even after nationalization. As I think they were Ferrocarriles de Pacifico, I think.
Okay.
I'm not good at Spanish pronunciation, but they were FCP, and they really liked Montreal Locomotive Works and Alco engines.
Interesting.
And they kept on buying them until they stopped making stuff.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, the Mexican railways aren't talked about enough. There's a lot of cool stuff that like existed down there that most people just kind of write off. I mean,
it's a very dudes rock photo, like an SD40 doing like passenger train in like the late 80s or something.
Let me look. The whole NDM bought like box cabs and stuff.
Oh yeah, they had their original electrification, and then they chose a separate line in the area to do that was much better engineered.
Yeah, they had a bunch of weird paint schemes like this. Also, what is Adam messaging me about? Oh, okay. I was telling him my parents are currently visiting Europe, so I was like showing him where they are. They're currently in the most like interesting, like tiny podunk Balkan city, Split, Croatia. Because they're going on
Isn't that where the Game of Thrones thing is?
I think, but they're on like a cruise there, and it's like the tiniest dinky town in Croatia. Like, hold on.
Isn't it a coastal city?
Yeah, it's a coastal city.
Yeah.
It's right here.
Yeah, it's got castles and shit, or like forts and stuff.
It's very like what if Italy, but no Italians.
Well, like the Sicilian like principality. I don't remember which exact title of the state. Like, well, yeah, it's that influence.
It's a cool place. They were taking pictures of, there's like a big like clock tower church thing or whatever. Find it somewhere. Where is it? Where is it? It's like a big clock tower church type thing. My mom literally sent me a picture of it. Now I can't find it. But yeah, it's a really cool city. A lot of the Balkan, Eastern European stuff is really like... Honestly, that's the thing that I'm really disappointed with a lot of European urbanists, is they never talk about the Balkans. and it's like, please talk about the Balkans. There's so much cool shit there. Like this city in general, there's so many like rinky-dink tiny alleyway streets. Like here's one, for example. Like this is a street right here.
The closest you're gonna get is people talking about Greece, and that's it.
Yeah, and like the best part is like, oh yeah, look at this fucking castle fortification. It's so cool. Like the coolest part about this shit is that like it's just so small that you cannot fit cars in here, so they just never tried. And so that's like the coolest part about these places. This looks like a Counter-Strike map. It's like, that's immediately what my brain goes to. But yeah, the coolest part about these places, if you're an American, I recommend going and visiting these places because, like, your dollar is so powerful here. Drinks will be like, if you're a Californian and you go here and you buy drinks, you will think you are like you are scamming people with how cheap things are.
I mean, that's like the cheap prices, but you're also like paying the scamming Americans price on top of that.
Yes,
too.
but even
like,
then, the scamming American price, the scamming American price is still really affordable.
Still, like significantly cheaper.
It's like going to Mexico, basically.
Yeah. This street view is like broken.
But I love like outside of the core of this town, like there's like Cold War era like modernist stuff.
Oh well, the train station. The train station is like a very like Soviet like. Also, it's a very like shit fuck train station. Like it's the Balkan version of an Amtrak. Like where is this actual?
Oh yeah, a lot of the former Yugoslavia railway stuff is not as like very much a shadow of its former.
Oh, what
self,
is this thing?
Sadly,
is this an EMD?
Oh yeah, no, they have. Yugoslavia was the biggest consumer of EMDs in Europe.
Yeah,
they got a license to make them. That's basically an SD40.
Someone says this city gives me Delfino Plaza vibes. Oh, look at this little shit fuck. It's a tiny DMU. Oh, I love rail buses. They're so good. We need more of them.
Oh, if you guys want to know, there's actually a really.
Oh my God, Brian! Look what's in the city. Look what's parked there.
Oh.
Wait, where
is that?
It's an armored train.
It's an armored train.
Oh yeah. They had a couple of those too. They used them in the wars in the 90s.
I was gonna say this looks relatively new, and I'm wondering if this little bump on the back of this is a radiator from like a GE engine.
Well, some of them. It's probably an EMD locomotive stuffed in there, but
so goofy.
Yeah, like they put because Yugoslavia got a lot of weird American stuff like early in the Cold War. Like there was an armored train with a Hellcat on it, like an
I remember
Hellcat
seeing that picture. Yeah,
on the flat car, like with like add-on armor and shit. But yeah, the funny thing with like these like SD40, SD50 like engines is they have like tunnel motor like air intake and stuff.
All right, guys, I gotta roll.
Do
but
have
it's
it.
great being on.
Okay,
right,
we'll see ya.
See ya. But
I didn't know they have like
amount of
tunnel
tunnels.
motor. Yeah.
All right, there's one of them that's a video. Like if you play it, like that's just above the armored train clip. It's just like, oh yeah, that's an SD40.
I'm trying to find the actual station location because I think
I think you just walk to the platform in the middle.
No, here's the platform. Here's the station. I was trying to find it. This is like typical.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Yeah, Eastern European type. Now I want to move the Google like train station icon. But yeah, funny. I think the funniest thing is I think it goes single track. Yeah, it goes single track leaving here in a tunnel. That's another.
A lot of the old Yugoslavia networks single track. There's a YouTuber who does because in Europe you could do the dash cam shit and it's not against the law. There's a guy who has a lot of videos from going from the coast to Croatia and Italy inland, driving trains. It's good second monitor chill content.
There's that is a, oh my god. My holy grail of videos is if I could somehow get a cab ride of like an Acela. That's like my holy grail of like videos, and it's so it's so frustrating that like the US is so tough on like cameras on front of trains or cabs or whatever, because it's like, man, there's just so much cool shit that we could have or videos of and just don't.
The FRA said no fun allowed.
No, real though. But yeah, Split is funny.
Remember correctly, like even like the process to get a waiver for it is a real pain in the ass.
Well, that's why if I ever take a video of it, maybe not the most FRA positive way.
I mean, I feel like you could get away with it.
Well, the thing is
that get away with the process because you know people now.
So yeah, so the way I do it
take a while to get approved.
Well, so the way I do it is like I know people that drive trains, and like I could get a video of it, and I just wait. I'd wait like 4 or 5 months or 6 months to post the video.
I think you could do it the legal way, just because you know people at Amtrak, but
the problem is okay. So like,
it just would be a pain.
The problem with like me and interacting with people that I call like formally business people or formal companies is that like people might like me, but the corporate side of these companies necessarily do not. Either because like I am a polarizing figure or because I am just a typical YouTuber to a lot of them. So it's like, even though I have friends that drive the trains or do the stuff, it's just like actually getting the formal approval is the very hard part, because you can get all the way through all the paperwork and then someone at Amtrak will recognize me and be like, no, fuck him. So that's like the hard part. Trying to figure out where this tunnel goes. It's Split. Now I want to get like an open railway map.
I mean, I would just open up open railway map and then.
Because like, it's such a neat area of like Europe.
Oh, it looks like it goes to the bottom port area.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Wow, that's a long tunnel. That's a long and very windy tunnel. Oh, wow, and there's actually a station down there, too. Is there a... Oh, there was probably some ferry loading facility a long time ago. It doesn't look like... Not anymore.
No, there is still. There's a lot of ferries and cruise ships there.
Oh, my browser just died. Cool. I love when my browser dies. That's great. Such a long day. Night, y'all. Can't wait to see you on this next video. Yes, I will have a second channel video and then have the Wendover video, I think. Because this weekend I'm trying to finish 1 or 2 things. Oh, yeah, this downtown... Yeah, this downtown station's kind of cool. This one that's by the ferry terminal.
According to Google's little schedule thing, it only gets 6 trains a day.
I mean, that makes sense. It's single tracked, and then it looks like it's also a lot of freight comes in here.
Oh, it doesn't look like as much as it used to. Up the line, though, it does look like there's a decent amount of freight.
Yeah, well, across the harbor, there's like a big yard. I love that there's like 3 stations and they're all named Split.
Oh, apparently they got funding to upgrade the station in 2020. But this is English Wikipedia, so I don't know how great that is. Oh, they got new DMUs.
Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, their older ones didn't look too...
Yeah.
Also, it looks like there was some, like, really terrible line that used to exist that went up into the mountains with switchbacks.
Yeah, that describes a lot of the old Yugoslavian railway ones.
Yeah. I mean, Adam wants me to come over to Eastern Germany and ride the, well, I could pull it up, actually.
The one that goes to southeast from Dusseldorf? Not Dusseldorf. Leipzig?
hold on. Where is? I gotta orient myself. Where is Prague? Oh my God! Open Railway Maps. It's Open Railway Maps is very hit or miss in Europe.
Oh, not Leipzig. The Dresden to Prague one. That's the one I was thinking of.
Hold on. Let me pull it up browser so people can see. So it's one that stops at the border, and then there is I think it's this one here, where it goes from.
Oh.
So it goes. Yeah, pretty sure this is it. So it used to go across the border between Czech Republic or Chechnya and Germany, but during a certain period of time in the late 30s, it got chopped off. Things happened, and so now this trail or the right of way that used to exist between the two is now a bike trail, and the German side has pretty normal operations where it runs out of it's not Freiburg, it goes somewhere else to a bigger city nearby. Yeah, Chemnitz, I think it is. However you say this. This thing. So it runs from there and it runs down this like DMU shitfuck line. Where is it? Over here. And then basically there's a bike trail that goes on the old right of way over to the Czech side. And then you have the Czech DMU that is the shitfuck that goes down here and does a switchback. And then continues to go down and goes to this old mining town called Litnivov or whatever. Actually, Adam is on. I could get him on if you really wanted. But it goes through that place and then all the way, I think it almost goes all the way to Prague or like goes to like a suburb outside of Prague. And then you take another train into Prague or something like that. Yeah, so
the funny thing about this to me is that that train goes like very near where the area where what was it? It was the Arma 2's map. Chernarus is based on this area of the Czech Republic. Yeah. You can recognize the coastline from if you've played too much Daisy or Arma 2. If you go up along where the double tracks are along the river, you can see it.
Yeah, if you go, let me find this. But Adam wants me to go and see this like whole section because it's apparently like even though it's not good infrastructure, it's very fun infrastructure. Where is this? Where is it's this whole like weird section above? There's the mine. It's like, we love European environmentalism. You just strip away the entire side of it.
Oh yeah, they do a lot of coal mining there.
Yeah, and it's the worst type of coal in the world.
I think this isn't brown coal. I think it's just above that.
Benny Mule. Where's this? I gotta figure out. Did I spell that? B-I-E. Okay.
Oh no, one of them's a lignite mine at least. Ouch.
There it is. Okay. So where's this? Where's the rail line? Slightly better than lignite. This is the one railway line that Adam made a video about. Yes, he made it. He cares a lot about this area. It's very much like this is the West Virginia of Europe.
Oh wait, yeah, no. Most of those open mines are lignite.
Yeah, this is the rail line that goes. No, this goes east to west. What am I looking at?
Why don't you just search for the Germantown, the Hausblau?
Oh, I did. Oh, yeah, they want at the end? Yeah, that's a better idea. Oh, yeah, I was in a different location. Yeah. Oh, there's a ski area, too. I love that Google Maps puts that on. That's a tiny-ass ski area. That's like Appalachian ski area looking thing. But yeah, it's like this rail line literally just goes and ends here, and then there's a walking, biking trail that takes over. And it's like there is apparently a plaque somewhere on this that says like, yeah, this used to be a rail line till the Nazis destroyed it. And like there's the end of it. And then yeah, it's just a bike trail or mountain bike trail. And then you go across and it's like the Czech side of it is really funny. It's literally some like, it doesn't even look like a train station because it's so like, where is it?
This ski hill, air quotes, is like a Pennsylvania ski hill.
Oh,
it's just like
it's even
side of a hill.
It's even smaller than like, yeah, this is like your train station on the Czech side. It's like sketchy as fuck. Like, and the train only comes, I think, like once every like 2 or 3 hours. So it's like American train service, but like somehow sketchier because it's like a really like shitty DMU rail car. And yeah, then it goes down here and there's like a goofy switchback that it does. And the switchback, the funniest thing about this is the switchback has like a convenience store or like a general store type thing on it, which is very funny. Where is this rail line going? Okay. Oh, this is a tunnel. Okay. Yeah, and here's this. Is this a switchback here? Yeah. Hello, chat. Welcome back. My computer does not like Google Maps, apparently. So let me close that tab. Let me make sure that the stream came back on my computer and everything. So the worst part is that like when that closes, it's like you always get a bunch of people that leave, which understandably, but like, yeah. What is? Yeah, we've been going for like 3-ish hours. Okay. Yeah, no, earlier, today has been interesting because I like finished like a contract video thing that I was doing for a company, and then I went and I was playing, this is the dumbest thing in the world. I went and I played with my cat, and I was like chasing the cat around my apartment, and I kicked my table like leg by accident when I did that. And I didn't think much of it, but my foot hurt. And then later I looked down and I'm like, my toe looks a little bruised. And then I go and I move it sideways, and it moves a little bit more sideways than it should. And I'm like, oh, It's like, oh, I broke my toe. So it's like the middle toe on my foot, which is a weird one to break. So I now have it like splinted up against another toe of mine. But that was like the most like, I can't believe I fucking did that type thing. I was like, oh, the dumbest shit ever. Oh, here, I can show, actually, yeah, why don't I show some footage of that? That's actually a fun thing to show. So I went on I was invited on a private car trip, specifically a very, very cool one. Oh wait, wrong folder. This one. Let me see what I think I can show most of this stuff. Let me just autoplay it in VLC. Add to VLC playlist. Oh my god, it's so loud. Turn it down. Okay, there we go. So yeah, I got invited on a cool trip, and this is going to be a future video. I'm doing a video on private cars at some point. So there's a lot of footage of this, and I'm dressed up a little bit for this trip, so kind of interesting. Hey, look, there's an Amtrak train in a specific paint scheme, and anyone that knows what paint scheme that is knows where I'm going. But this was a cool opportunity. Basically, it was me being invited on board to come film, and this was part of the one trip that I actually took before, which was the one trip to Chicago. When that all happened, I got actually invited onto this New York Central type car that does excursions up and down the Hudson. And this is the Hudson River rail excursion stuff. And the guy that runs it was like, yeah, you should come on board one time when we have an opening. And I was like, sure, I would love to do that. Not going to say no. And so a friend of mine I invited to come film, Morgan helped come film, and basically we kind of did a whole video with it, and also interviewed the Kevin Fallon, who's the guy that runs the whole thing. But super cool. And everyone that goes on this excursion is kind of, you're not told to dress super fancy, but it's kind of implied that you need to at least dress up for it. So most of the people that are on this excursion are dressed pretty well. But yeah, it's definitely one of the cooler things you can possibly do in U.S. rail travel at the moment. But to give you, there's two cars that you can go on. There is a New York Central Pullman observation car that was on the 20th Century Limited, and then there is a Bud Tavern Lounge. Both built, or the Pullman built in 1947, and the lounge built in 1953, I think it was. So pretty cool. I said at some point, I joked with them, I was like, we need to have some like creator event of some sort and invite a bunch of people on. And he's like, yeah, we could probably do that. Cool thing is that these are some of the only private cars that consistently run like a lot at 110 miles an hour. So kind of cool that that's even possible. Brian, I need to get you on board one of these sometime. You've... I forgot you haven't really been on like something. Yeah, you gotta get an amp. Oh.
So.
Oh, okay. Apparently you were muted. That's weird.
Oh.
No, now you're good. It was muted in OBS because the desktop audio was muted.
Oh, because of the reboot.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't say much since the OBS reboot, so.
Yeah, no, we were just mainly talking about. But yeah, the boarding through the AmCan here. We love our stainless steel coaches. But funny is that the Bud Tavern Lounge connected to the back of the AmCan, both made by Bud, just I guess 25 years apart.
Which is a lot closer than how old they are both now.
Yeah, right. So here's walking from the M Fleet into the Bud Tavern Lounge. And the Bud Tavern Lounge has a really cool layout you'll see here. It has this like section, basically, like the old days, they love this idea of just putting chairs in cars and then you can move the chairs around. Like, that's just not a concept anymore. Like, yeah, a bunch of lounge chairs like this. Just, yeah, move them around. Move your chair wherever you want them. And then there's a whole diner bar section in the back of this. Super cool. And there was a few people that recognized me when I walked on, which was kind of fun on this trip. There was like two younger people that recognized me, and there was like one older guy that recognized me. And then I made friends with a few people on the way. How do you get invited to these? This is the ultimate example of I know a guy. But yeah, this is also, you could just pay for a ticket. This is a very expensive excursion compared, but the idea is that like and the way that I explain private cars in general is that this is kind of like, it's kind of like if you take an Amtrak ticket and you do like coach business class, and then above business class there's private car. So like generally it's very unusual to ever have a private car as cheap as Amtrak, but that's you're not supposed to do that. That's the best way of saying it. But yeah, this whole excursion is super cool. This car that I was in was the Pullman observation car, which had the back windows facing out the rear. Exposure a little fucked up here. I have not viewed this footage in a while, so some of it might not be. Oh, there you go. There's better. But yeah, no, the private car industry in the U.S., this is what half the video, or most of the video that I'm doing is about, is that like the private car industry in the U.S. is kind of interesting in that like some of private cars are owned like they're yachts, where some rich guy just wants an expensive thing to go across the country in, and then the other private cars are used as almost like a business, where it's like they're either historically preserved or something like that, and then they're used as like almost like a excursion type business, or they're leased to a huge thing with private cars is that they're owned, but then they're leased to a like a heritage railroad or a class 3 railroad or something, where it's just like they have to the lens cap. They're leased to a class 3 railroad or something like that, or heritage railroad, to use on their services. That's a huge part of the private car like system essentially in the US. Also, fuck that lens on that camera. That screwed up almost the entire film roll on this trip, because that lens did not meter correctly where all my other lenses did. And so the film roll with that part of the lens just completely did not work at all. And then the 50, yeah, it was devastating getting that back, because I was so ready to be like, hey, look, like with the group that I went on, here's all the film pictures I got back from the trip. And then I saw those, they're all ruined. I'm like, God damn it. Also, peep the Conrail pin on the suit.
Oh, yeah. Always ripping.
But yeah, super cool trip. And then all the people were either like railroad. There was a mixture of people. They were either people that were interested in like railroad history, people that were like just wanted a fancy dine out or dining night, or people that were like almost like historian types that wanted like a whole whatchamacallit, they were either historians in the fact that they liked the history of like 1950s, 1960s stuff, or they were like vintage clothing people, which there was a decent amount of them on board. And they all had really cool outfits. There's a bunch of old Bud cars in Utica, New York. Yes, they're part of the Adirondack Railroad, which is also a very cool railroad. I've actually looked into running a fan excursion on that sometime. That's part of the thing that I've been trying to do, is run some sort of fan excursion where we can sell out the whole train to people and run like maybe me, City Nerd, or someone else will be running the whole thing, and we'll try to do something fun on board. Oh yeah, here's the back of the car. Oh my god, this is so cool, riding in an observation car.
Yeah, that does look cool.
There's more shots of it in a bit, but also the ride up the Hudson is one of the best rides in all of Amtrak, like corridor stuff. It's so good, and there's such cool like older stuff. Oh, there's the Cuomo Bridge.
Oh god, is it the older Cuomo or the two around now?
So that's the Tappan Zee, but it was renamed to the older Cuomo. But still, everyone just calls it the Tappan Zee still.
It's like the Sears Tower. I'm not going to call it the Willis Tower. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, literally. Also, but yeah, the back of this observation car is so cool. And the best part, like if I pause the video here, these little things down here, these little metal things, these are ashtrays. So there's just ashtrays all around this thing back in the day. And like the thing that I never understood about older rail cars is they're always this like cream color. Like the roof here is this like cream color. It's like a yellow, tan, white cream color. And the reason why they were this color is because people could smoke and it wouldn't discolor. So that's like the funniest thing about it. But,
yeah, I can only imagine how much hard it is to get the smoke smell out of these cars if like they haven't been like the first time they get like really cleaned up. That must have been a lot of work.
I forget the history of this car. I think it was it went from New York Central, Penn Central, and then to Amtrak. And then after Amtrak, it was on the circus train for a while into the 90s. And then after the circus train, it sat, I think, for like 10 years. And it was in terrible condition. And then this group found it and redid the whole thing back to period correct.
That's cool.
Yeah. No, and like everything in this car is basically they had to either find or make period correct things that were like late 40s, early 50s, essentially. Super cool. But yeah, you'll see there was a lot of people on this that were either rail fans or something. There is some lady in her like late 50s, early 60s that was like a CSX executive or someone high up in CSX on this car with me. And she was so drunk by the end of the trip. But I had like a few conversations with her, but oh my God, it was so goofy talking to someone that I knew she was like, I think she was like transload logistics or something like that.
Pretty up there.
But very up there. Like she was like the head of like that or some shit like that. And I was just like, it's so weird. Like you have no idea who I am and this is great. But yeah, she told me a bunch of stuff. I forget what was she riffing on for a bit. She was like, I think she was making fun of NS at some point.
I mean, I would if I
yeah,
were CSS.
Right. It's like two fort. It's like gotta make fun of red team versus blue team.
Yeah, but they're actually better.
Yeah, no, they are. Oh yeah, it's so funny. Yeah, no, it's funny the people that will go on this stuff because they'll be the most interesting people that will be in the most random industries. But then you'll get the random rail executive person that will be on this. And like, I totally forgot that would be a thing. Also, this is an amazing shot right here with Bear Mountain. God, I love the Hudson corridor. It's so beautiful. Oh, the tunnel. The tunnels are so short too. Apparently it's like the Rhine River Valley are very similar, I've heard.
I'd say these are steeper than the Rhine.
Okay.
Or taller than the Rhine.
But yeah, easily one of my favorite corridors to ride on any train. The Hudson is one of my favorite American corridors to recommend. Also, that is Lou. Lou is great. He actually, Brian, you'd find this funny. Lou worked at Rail Exco for a bit.
Oh.
Yeah. And then I forget when he left. I think it was like 2018 or something like that. But he's been doing kind of his own thing, and he works with the River Rail Excursion Group now.
That's cool.
And these cars currently are during the spring and fall. They do what I'm on here, which is they run excursions up and back on the Hudson, and sort of as a day thing. Oh my God, excuse me. But during the summer and winter, they run the full distance. They do the whole Lakeshore Limited.
Ooh.
Yeah, and that's when the sleepers are used and everything. Because these cars have sleepers. This car is half lounge, half sleeper. And then it has a kitchen in it also. But this was truly like, It's funny sitting in this car and thinking about it, because this was truly like the car where a lot of the celebrities in the late 40s and early 50s would have hung out, or businessmen have hung out. Like there was a possibility that Perlman would have been in this car, or Frank Sinatra or someone.
Yeah, pretty much anyone famous taking the train north
Yeah.
or west.
Is this the castle? Is this the exploded, or no, might have been West Point. Morgan's struggling here. Yeah, there's a funny castle on an island in the Hudson. That's, I forget the name of it, but basically there's a rich guy in the mid 1800s that had an armory in New York City, and he had a bunch of weapons in it. And he wanted to buy a bunch of explosives to put in his armory for various things. And the New York government, or New York City government, told him, no, you cannot do that. For obvious reasons. So the guy built a castle on an island in the Hudson and put all of his bannermans. Yeah, I think that's it. He bought he bought the island and built a castle on the island in the middle of the Hudson, and then stored all of his arms and armory and explosives in it. And I think that was like the middle of the 1800s, right after the Civil War. And then like by the late 1800s or something like that, or there is like 1890s, he had like a fire in it, and guess what? It exploded. So there is half of a castle on this island now, and it's the New York, I think it's like the New York Park Service or something like that, has actually, they've stabilized what is left of the castle, because it's just a half of a castle and wall or whatever. And now you can visit it if you kayak over it, or if you get a tour of it or something like that. But there's a legitimate castle on an island in the Hudson. If you're on the train, you go right by it.
This reminds me of Heidelberg. That was blown up by the French, and I think it was one of the wars right before the Napoleonic Wars. I can't remember.
Yeah. It's even more fucked up learning about the Parthenon.
Oh yeah, that was blown up like during the
Ottomans.
Greek Independence War.
Yeah. Well, no, the Ottomans stored it kept an armory inside of it, and then it exploded in like I think the 1700s.
I think it was around whenever Greece got its independence. I don't remember the exact date, but yeah, I remember. Yeah, it was the Ottoman armory just blew up. Whoopsies.
Yeah. And it's crazy to think that the Parthenon survived in like really good condition until like from antiquity to like the late 1700s, and then blew up. And it's like,
yeah,
it's like damn. It's like damn. We could have seen the Parthenon. It was only like 300 years ago that it actually like blew up. That's insane. It's like survived almost 1,000 years and then like blew up.
Or like 2,000 years.
Oh yeah, I guess right. Yeah.
So I think it's some like before the Roman Empire. Like
yeah. Oh yeah.
Something BC.
Yeah, it'll be 2,000 years, I guess, right?
Yeah, most of 2,000 at least.
But yeah, good night, Dutch Vanderlyn. If that's how you say it. Oh yeah, the phone here. Oh yeah. So the phone that my friend Dan here has is this phone was when this car was in Grand Central, like and the red carpet was rolled out for everyone to board the 20th Century Limited. The phone was plugged in on the platform so that if you had a last minute call to make, you could make that call in the 40s and 50s until the train was literally leaving. And then they would literally unplug it as the train pulled away from the platform. So if you were a businessman and you had to make a last minute call before your train ride, they had that ready for you in the back of the car. And that was like the really like it was like the 20th Century Limited thing that they had is you could make a phone call on the train right before you left. of course, the Pennsylvania Railroad and later Amtrak had the train phone, which only became a thing in like the late 50s, early 60s. But the New York Central could claim this as theirs for a little bit. That you could make a phone call at least before you left the platform.
Okay, so 432 BC. So it made it, what, over 2,000 years?
Right? 1800 or 1900
Or
years?
just under 2,000? My brain's being broken by the BC to 8.
It's like
1800,
I think.
I almost said DC.
DC to AC, yeah.
Yeah. Alternating current time and direct current time, yes. God damn, 2,119 years. That's a long time.
Yeah, that is a long time. Yeah, it's so goofy that it made it that long and it was blown up by the Ottomans. Ottomans, whatever. That's such like a goofy end to such like a seven wonders of the world or whatnot. What I think it was a wonder of the world.
Definitely up there.
Yeah. But yeah, so the way this excursion works, and I'll talk more about what is going on here. There's Kevin. So Kevin, well, actually, we'll get to his portion later. But essentially, what this train ride is, and the best way I can describe it is that it's like a moving bar or lounge on wheels, and you pay the upfront fee for the whole ride in the first place, and then for the ride itself, you get free drinks and free food, or if you're in the section that we were in, you get such goofy shots Morgan got. Some of the there's West Point. If for you West Coasters never seen it, this is the Army's academy for like officers, or the military academy as it's known, because it was the original one. But it literally looks like a castle, because it kind of was one. But it's one of the cool things to see while you're flying up the Hudson is West Point. There's actually a rail tunnel under West Point too. It's the CSX tunnel for.
And the other funny thing about that is that was a line built by the Pennsylvania Railroad to try and undercut the New York Central, and J.P. Morgan brokered a truce between them, and New York Central got it out of that.
Yep, and it's weird because it doesn't really connect to anything really well except for like the Newark area.
It was basically just to be like a direct fuck you.
Yeah, I mean, and they were the Pennsylvania Railroad was pretty successful with that until they were able to do the deal. And it's funny because honestly the western line, the Pennsy built is honestly a better alignment. Oh, there's the castle. There's what I was talking about. That's the castle that exploded.
It's better for freight, but
yeah.
You just can't, because stupid has to have access for deep water ships. You can't do the.
And there's your New Haven Bridge. That allegedly Conrail let on. It caught on fire accidentally. Conrail totally just didn't want to.
Maybe they didn't eagerly try to put it out.
No, there's apparently like documents that pretty much prove that they lit it on fire.
Oh my god, really?
Yeah. I forget the whole scandal with it, but it was essentially like something about like not wanting to deal with certain fees about what a trackage they acquire. I don't know. I remember that there was a big controversy about
There's some details about it.
Yeah.
Because they took over New Haven.
They did. And the worst part is that bridge would be really useful nowadays because you can't cross the Hudson anywhere with freight except for up at Albany.
Yeah.
So it's like you have to go like all the way up to Albany to cross the river, which is wild. We were doing like intro shots. It's funny. Oh yeah, so this is the point. They served us food and everything. They had like a full kitchen on board. It was such a fancy experience, and I felt like really bad that I was invited for free. But I mean, I was glad to be on board. That's the weird thing about being like, I guess, an influencer, which is the weirdest thing to say, is that you'll just get invited places sometimes. Hey Alan, do you like F59 PHIs? Yeah, I think they're good. They're one of the better looking modern locomotives, I think.
Heard not great about their cabs, but just that insulated cab isn't very
Insulated.
Yeah. But they're not horrible locomotives.
Are they also did they have the HEP generator like separate from the prime mover, I think?
Yeah, if I remember correctly.
Because I think that was the big selling point with them, is that you save fuel, you could shut off the main prime mover and just keep the HEP generator on.
Oh, I think they were the first ones at the 710, weren't they? The newer motor.
You'd know that, I wouldn't. But yeah, this whole trip was kind of cool because it's just essentially like the average ticket pays for the whole thing, and you get free drinks and your food already is included. So it's like not necessarily a bad deal if you like added up the whole thing. Oh, and then we got to Albany. So there's your Pullman. The coolest thing was we passed the New York Central branded Metro North engine also.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. And so there's like a really cool shot or picture of us passing the Metro North engine on the way back down too. But yeah, it's so cool. It's like, it's such a shame that Amtrak doesn't do observation cars like this anymore. I understand why, because like operationally wise they suck. But like,
yeah, I think they retired their last ones in the late 90s.
Yeah, but like, man, they're so cool. This shit is so cool. Even if like this is not even the most complex observation car. This is a pretty simple observation car, but still it's like so cool. Honestly, the one that I really like, and I honestly surprised that more of them aren't still in service somewhere, is the Southern Pacific style observation cars, because they looked like this, but they had a door in the back, and then the door had a sign like the 20th Century Limited sign, but it was all neon. And it looked,
oh yeah, the SP ones are cool.
Yeah, it looked incredible. And this is me like doing like a spiel when we got here or something. So mad that the film roll didn't come out correctly because I shot some really good shots. There was like one or two pictures that came out okay. I think the New Haven had some of those type of observation cars. What, like the SP ones? But I mean, all the or like the New York Central ones, because yeah, that would make more sense. Oh, you like the SP ones? Okay. But yeah, this whole thing was cool. Oh, the fun thing that we got to do that a lot of the other passengers didn't was we got to stay on board while it went around the Y. So there was like an Amtrak employee that came back and like stood at the back of the observation car, and we backed up the train over the Y over the bridge. It was a very goofy process. Let me see. Oh no, we're still getting platform. Oh, we turned around at this point. Oh, I think it's turned around already. Oh. Okay, so another funny thing was when we got to Albany, this was on Memorial Day weekend, and there was a Memorial Day parade going by the station. Yeah, so there's like a marching band like right there.
There's like 3 people watching us.
So it was a very goofy event in that aspect. Also, there's this like Place Japan. There's all these like things falling from the trees, like cherry blossom type shit. So it's very like, this is very cool looking. Also, the porter door on, you'll notice that a lot of these older cars had like porter doors for loading stuff into the kitchens. Modern Amtrak stuff doesn't really have that. Well, actually, I wondered, the Viewliners might. The Viewliner with the kitchens might.
And then the superliners are just different completely altogether.
Yeah.
How they're arranged.
I've heard that the superliners with the kitchens have dumbbell elevators, possibly, or dumbwaiters.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if that's true. Oh, the Amtrak guys are funny. But yeah, it's these cars are in really good condition for how much they run and how old they are. It really, like, the group that works on them really puts a lot of work into them. These are stored at the New Jersey Historical Society thing, which is in Boonton, New Jersey. Which that's where they have like the or I guess it's the ALP 44, the GG1, the U-boat, here's the Lakeshore Limited coming in. You got 3 Genesises on it, so if one of them dies, you still have 2. Yeah, the Lakeshore is funny because if it's on time, I think it has like an hour of padding at Albany. And like it's fun.
That's a long time. It just chills there.
Yeah, well,
okay.
It breaks apart.
Oh, because it has the Boston and the
Yeah, because it's and this this is when we interviewed Kevin. Kevin's the guy that runs this whole like operation type thing. Super cool. This is long, so there's like a whole section where we interview him. But yeah, the Lakeshore breaks in half. Part of it goes to New York, or most of it goes to New York, and then a shorter section of it goes to Boston. And the Boston section takes like fucking 5 hours to go from, or 5 or 6 hours to go from like Albany to Boston, which is insane.
Hopefully it speeds up now that CSX controls Pan Am.
Well, I think the problem is CSX.
I heard CSX is actually doing a good amount of track upgrades.
Hopefully.
Because Pan Am was not great, so there was kind of only up to go.
Yeah, well, the problem, I think, the 2 problem sections are the Berkshire, or not the is it the, not Berkshire, the, what's it called? What's the, oh my god, there's an Amtrak train that is a seasonal.
Hoosac Tunnel or whatever?
Yeah, the Hoosac Tunnel section is like, was never maintained that well because CSX doesn't put too much stuff through that.
Well, that's not even that's like the part that's weird, and it's not going to be a CSX. It's going to be under a like Genesee and Wyoming holding company because it was a partnership between Norfolk Southern and Pan Am.
Oh, yeah, the Valley Flyer, that's what I'm thinking of.
That one's going to be weird.
Yeah, so that's part of the problem. And then the other problem is the section between Springfield and Worcestershire, however you say it, the New England way of saying it.
Or Worcester or whatever.
Worcester, yeah. That's the section because...
I should know. I have a friend who lives there.
Worcester or Worcestershire or whatever... Worcestershire
sauce. I don't know.
Yeah, Worcester is, I guess, the local way to say it. From there to Boston is owned by MBTA, or at least MBTA has the main trackage rights.
I think they own it.
Yeah.
Outright.
So that section's not the problem. It's the problem from there to Springfield is the problem, and then Springfield to the Springfield till Oh yeah, here's the diner section, which is really cool on the Bud Tavern Lounge. This is such a cool car. We simply need to build cool cars again. I think the reason why I like these so much, and I was thinking about this later, is because up until like the 70s, or even I guess late 60s, none of these cars had any plastic in them. All the materials in this are metal, glass, ceramic, like your vinyls maybe, but like it's something. The materials are everything but plastic, and I think that's the reason why they're so cool.
And you just don't experience that really anywhere in the U.S. or in really most places anymore, just because like unless something's ancient.
Yeah.
And it's usually not maintained this well. So
yeah, it's just this whole. I don't know what Morgan was doing here. I think I take the camera at some point. Yeah. These my shots? Probably. But yeah, it's like the main thing is Albany to Boston rail line. Yeah, it's also very curvy. Yeah, no, definitely. It looks like one of those Route 66 diners. Yeah, probably because the Route 66 diners are based off of Bud cars. It shows a more eco-friendly way to build trains. Well, I mean, it's not. I don't even. So what was the video that we got mad at earlier? The solar punk video. One of the things that all the
I haven't watched that one yet. I need to.
One of the things that all the solar punk people always forget is that some of the most eco-friendly buildings of all time are buildings that last hundreds of years, that you don't have to replace, and that the materials you never need to like replace or anything. And part of the reason why I get so mad at the solar punk people wanting to put plants on buildings is because when you put plants on buildings, the buildings either do not last a long time, or you have to keep replacing materials because the plants will like break stuff, or just water intrusion. And so same thing with rail cars is that a really good rail car has materials that will last a long time and are easily repaired. And it's frustrating because a lot of rail cars are just not built like that anymore. And a lot of them are built where the entire panels have to be replaced, or entire things have to be replaced, or they're just never built to have a lifetime longer than 20 or 30 years. And there are certain ones that are obvious examples of that. I mean, like SEPTA Silverliner 5s, even though I think they're really good, they're already like rusting in a lot of places, and it's like, this is just like really wasteful. And it's like,
they're not stainless steel.
They're stainless steel, but they have a lot of like steel components on them in random spots.
Oh.
And so they have a bunch of just rust streaks all over them. And it's just like, it's just like bad engineering, because it's just, what was, okay, here we go. So it's just like frustrating, because it's just like, it could be so much better in the way that we do them. And this is part of the reason why the Bud cars, the older Bud cars from the 50s to the 70s are so like, they're so like sought after with ownership, is because this stuff just lasted forever. At least the exteriors and the frames and everything, because Bud built them out of materials that would just never like basically like decompose in any way or rust away. And so it's just frustrating that like we build things in a way nowadays where it's just we don't build them to last. We build them to be very cost effective, and cost effective means not building them in a way that they'll last forever. And
which, like,
yeah,
in a way is like kind of a double-edged sword, because that's kind of part of also what killed Bud. The products lasted too long.
Well, it's also good. It's also that, and Bud was more expensive because of that. Bombardier and a lot of the other competitors could make cheaper cars because they weren't making them out of materials that Bud was making them out of. And so Bud, that's part of the reason why Bud died, is because Bud couldn't make cars as cheap as Bombardier was. And in the 80s and in the late 70s, 80s, and early 90s, when like transit agencies were strapped for cash but still needed cars, Bombardier could make them really cheap, and Bud couldn't. And what are we seeing now? All the Horizons for Amtrak, they're all going to be retired soon because they're all rusting away. And then the Am fleets will still run for another 20 years or 30 years or something.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, it sucks because if transit agencies or like Amtrak, for example, actually cared about long-term planning like that, they'd look at the Am fleets and realize like we haven't had to replace these or think about replacing these because they're made of the materials that don't like waste away. Where the Horizons or Bombardier order kind of did. At least the good part with the Viewliners, because other than the Siemens cars, the Viewliners are the newest cars for Amtrak, and those were a Bud design that's just adapted and built by someone else. It's kind of neat. Oh yeah, the red carpet. So I didn't know this, but you know the Hollywood red carpet? That was actually a New York Central thing.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, so the red carpet started because the red carpet was used to denote the 20th Century Limited. And so they'd roll out a red carpet next to the 20th Century Limited in Grand Central to denote that's the train. And so that all the celebrities and people that were going from New York to Chicago would walk the red carpet to the 20th Century Limited. And that started in like the 1920s or late 1920s. And so around that time or something, Hollywood was also like, it picked up on the fact that like all the celebrities were always taking pictures of in front of the red carpet because photographers would go and wait for the 20th Century Limited because they knew that it was going to be leaving from that platform because of the red carpet. So it was like a whole kind of cultural effect of the New York Central doing this was that like the red carpet was then associated with like wealth and celebrities basically, which is kind of funny. But yeah, so that's a kind of neat fact that is like the red carpet didn't start in Hollywood. It actually started with the New York Central.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah. And this is, a bunch of people taking pictures on the red carpet and everything. But yeah, you can see there's the Pullman car and there's the Bud car in front of it. The Bud car has those weird flutes on them on the roof. I think they were to deflect rain and wind from the doors, I assume.
I don't know. I'm not that knowledgeable in that specific feature.
That's a Scott question.
Yeah.
Resident Bud knowledge person. Yeah. It's either that or air conditioning of some sort, I assume. But yeah, you can see most people that... Oh, there's the CSX lady. Yeah, that lady with her phone there, that's the person that was a CSX executive, or not executive, but higher up person. But yeah, it's funny if you polished up that Bud car, it would basically look the same as the M fleet.
Yeah.
What is Morgan doing here? There we go. Oh, it's on the gimbal. Sometimes the gimbal just decides to freak out. But yeah, kind of fun because all the porters had all the white coats and everything. Chlorine gas will strip off the oxygen from the magnesium and turns into salt, which is fine, easy, less energy. Well, I mean, that's part of the reason why Bud also had issues is that when the EPA started cracking down on just business and refining processes, Bud had an issue with the chromium that they used in their stainless steel. Because chromium is very, very toxic, at least when you're like combining it into alloys.
Yeah, I remember the welding technique they use is very toxic.
Yeah. And it's like you could probably get away with it nowadays because you could get robots to do it. But still.
Or just, you know, PPE is so much better these days.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's like that's why like all chrome on cars is fake now. It's because and like after the
And they're just being cheap and saving weight, but
yeah, but no, even after like the 50s, even in like the late 60s, they started using fake chrome coatings. They weren't real. Because like they found pretty early on that like chrome was actually really expensive and bad for like toxic to workers. So like it was used for a while. Oh, one fun thing about these trips is that they're often these train trips are apparently very common to have someone propose on board, which is funny. So, and I was talking to Lou, who's the porter taking the pictures here. He's like, yeah, probably like 1 out of 10 trips will have someone propose.
That's funny.
Yeah. These two actually here, they were actually asking, these were the, this guy recognized me, but they were actually asking about, they were asking one of the porters, also the Amtrak train accelerating here. I love my lovely scene of me taking pictures while the Genesis is... Least beat up Genesis right there. Yeah, see, the lakeshore's still there. This is after like 30 or 40 minutes. The funniest part was there was one of the cars or viewliners that was parked next to us. All the viewliners are named after rivers that Amtrak goes over. And the one that was parked next to us was the Schuylkill River or something like that. Yeah, there's your fuel truck for all the Genesis. This is, man, this corridor needs to be electrified.
Yes.
Yeah, it's one of the easy ones Amtrak could do. Yeah, there goes Genesis.
It'd probably speed up trains quite a bit because they do a decent amount of stops.
It's also the fact that like the Genesis don't have the best acceleration curve in the world, and like even when the Chargers come, it will still not be as good as a true electric. Why haven't they electrified it? For two reasons. One is that like the Metro North territory is already technically electrified in some ways with the third rail. But in Metro North probably doesn't want overhead catenary on their section. But
I thought CSX was the big barrier.
I think it's the tunnels, honestly, are probably the problem. Because I think the loading gauge would need to be slightly changed if that was the case. Yeah, there's the crew. So Kevin's on the left, you have your porters, and then the woman on the right was a chef on board. So, but they're all cool. Oh yeah, this is funny. Dan, the guy that I met on board, brought his N-scale Genesis Amfleet and then the Hickory Creek that he has.
My model train on my real train.
Yeah, no, literally. But all the other passengers on board thought it was hilarious. And he's just literally like tapping the wires to a 9-volt battery. Oh yeah, and here's the sleepers. All the sleepers were like periods, like dressed up, which is
Oh, with like Time magazine and stuff. That's cool.
yeah. There was like a typewriter on one of them. If there'll probably be a shot of that. But yeah, they had all period pieces in these, which was kind of neat. And you could just go sit in them if you were in like this car and wanted to go like ride somewhere else. I was joking with Kevin. Oh yeah, the speedboat racing us. That was kind of funny. I was joking with Kevin. I was like, Kevin, you should. If it wasn't for the fact that people wanted to take pictures on this trip, you should ban cell phones. It's like there was
not a single phone in sight, just everyone vibing.
Yeah, when there's no cell phones in the 40s and 50s. So yeah, but yeah, cool trip. A lot of cool people on board. There was a really funny section. Apparently, there's a bridge that Metro North has not fixed the track over, and Kevin tells us everyone on board to pick up their drinks because there's a really bad like kink or something around a corner when it goes into this bridge, and yeah, it's like a really bad jerk sideways or something like that. So they need to fix that track because you're going like 60 miles an hour into it or something like that. So it was significant. But yeah, no, I totally understand why, like, that. Even though I have to stay on the Broadway Limited because I live along the Pennsy, the 20th Century Limited, because of this whole Hudson section, definitely had the edge, I think, on scenery. Because even though the Broadway Limited, oh, is this the when the Genesis? I think this is when the New York Central Genesis passes us. Even though the Broadway Limited goes through the Pennsylvania mountains and everything like that, it's, I think, because of the Hudson River, the 20th Century Limited probably had the better scenery. Yeah, where's the Metro North Genesis passes us, I think, here or something like that. Trying to remember why. Yeah, where is it? Yeah, this is the one in New York Central colors. Yep, there it is. But what's leading on this? This was just a normal Amtrak Genesis on this train. But these are all the private cars on the back, or the two private cars. Lou. Yeah, this guy's cool. This like I said, I need to actually interview him in some video in the future, but he knows a ton and super personable. But he worked at Rail Exco, so Scott knows him well. But I think like I was saying, these cars, since they were built before plastic or anything, it's like even the light fixtures, those are all glass. Those are all just like thick, very prismed glass pieces, and it's like it's so cool. It's just like we don't do anything like that anymore. Let's see. Is this just him talking? Yeah. Oh, and then they give us a postcard. Because this was another thing about the New York, the 20th Century Limited, is that they gave you, if you had to write or if you had to send mail on board the train or had to send mail to someone, you could write mail on board the train and they would sort it and send it to the RPO on board the train during the ride. Which I did not know about the 20th Century Limited, but it makes sense.
I imagine a lot of premium trains did that back then.
Yeah. But apparently the RPOs on the New York Central were in the front of the train, which makes sense. I mean, I think most...
Yeah, most were.
Yeah. But yeah, apparently you could write stuff and then they would mail it literally as the train was moving, which is pretty cool. Obviously, kind of moot point nowadays with all the like tech and everything, but like still moving mail by train, we should definitely go back to more of that, other than just like piggyback stuff.
Yeah.
Because it's like frustrating, because it's like a lot of the Amtrak trains, especially Northeast Corridor ones, you could easily attach like a car or two of like mail, and you would be offloading a lot of stuff from like highways. Because it's like there's got to be so much stuff that goes between Washington D.C. and New York City.
Oh yeah. Though they made that building into a passenger station extension, like the old mail building.
Oh, true. I mean, even then, you could probably still like a lot of Amtrak trains will go between. There's a lot of ones that go between Washington D.C. and New York City, so you could just in Sunnyside Yard have some sort of like quick turnaround facility, or in Washington D.C. Union or something. I don't know. It's
Yeah.
You definitely figure it out. But yeah, no, I always recommend it. Like, beautiful sight, especially sunset or sunrise on the Empire Service. Easily one of my favorite routes of all time. That's why I say, like, if people always ask me what's like the most like scenic Amtrak ride, I'm like, well, it depends how long you want to be on board. It's like if you're on board for a long time, probably the California Zephyr or one of the long distance West Coast stuff. But if you're
The Empire Builder.
yeah, but if you want like a short corridor ride that's like really beautiful, take the Empire Service up to Albany and back or something. It's Tappan Zee Bridge or the Cuomo Bridge again. They go in the opposite direction. Yeah, the model again. Oh, and yeah, they give us like cool desserts. They made so much cool stuff on board. Oh yeah, this is coming. Or this is the beginning. Okay, so we're through it all. But yeah, it is almost 2 o'clock, so it might be a good time to wrap this up, actually. Let me just check the... open up back the YouTube page or whatnot. Yeah, but great to talk to you guys. Great to stream again. Haven't streamed in a while. I need to get back at doing this more often. Yeah, I like this. I like doing streams a lot because I can actually talk to a lot of you guys in person, and it's a lot nicer than videos because videos are a very lonely experience in a lot of ways, and you wouldn't think of that, or you wouldn't think that it's like that, but it is a lot of times. Yeah, I hope you all have a good night. I'm going to work on that commercial bit that I did in the beginning where I had to get up and leave for a little bit, but I think it's a good idea for like the little breaks in the stream is to do kind of like the joke commercial bit. I think that's kind of fun. So I might work on that a bit more. Either way, have a good night. And
Good night, y'all.
yeah, we will see you sometime and do something fun another night. So see ya.